Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast of the Storm, where social awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene, talk, and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the Nerdy Occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, everyone.
So we have, I don't know if I call it jam-packed, but we have a lot of things to talk about.
We have a full show today.
Yeah. Okay, so let's not waste any time. Dalton sent me this about, 2-3 weeks ago?
Yeah. See, because initially when Ezra Miller's whole Hawaiian escapade happened, I thought about covering it, but it didn't seem like a big enough story in and of itself. And then a couple of the other things happened, and they didn't seem like a big thing in and of themselves. So I decided to just wait until his rampage was all but done, and then we could find an article that dealt with like the timeline of the whole thing and cover it as a singular thing. And here we are.
Right. Yeah, so this is originally, because we have the archive version, um, is from insider.com. Is it .com or?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah, it's from insider.com or businessinsider.com, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Ezra Miller's unraveling, friends concerned as the Flash actor travels to the U.S. in body armor and faces claims of running a cult in Iceland.
Yeah.
So, doesn't technically say when it was originally published.
It was archived like just after it was written. Because I think the original part of it was the original website is one you have to pay for, and fuck that noise. And the other part of it is I think they
That would explain why it says 12 hours ago here.
yeah, I think I think they also may have rewritten it because it was getting all sorts of traction they didn't want. So
Um,
anyway,
yeah. So this is, and it is written by, Mil- I'm saying his name wrong. I'm sorry. I'm not good at,
he sucks at names,
yeah.
people. He sucks at names.
Makora Lisa, I think, and Katie Warren. It was a May morning in Los Angeles, and Sarah Jumping Eagle was desperate to get her 18-old daughter away from Ezra Miller. Uh, in the past 5 months, Jumping Eagle said Miller had left bruises on her daughter, Dakota, Iron Eye's arms and cheeks, restricting access to her phone and verbally abused her. Okay, it's really fucked up. That's really all I have to say to that, to be honest.
Yeah, Ezra Miller is Ezra Miller is going through his rebellious phase, folks.
That joke?
No, well, okay, kind of. It's just pointing out that weird shit happens in Hollywood all the time, but even by Hollywood standards, this is a cut above the usual crazy.
Okay, I don't know. You made it seem, because when you said it, it just more seemed like this was just some.
I don't wanna blow the load too early because
Okay,
as we will see, he like I say, I've taken to calling him the bastard love child of Aleister Crowley and Rasputin on estrogen treatments.
okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. That's all I really gotta say, just in terms of what's just said. Um, and yeah, I guess yeah. Okay, moving on.
Yep.
Okay. Also, we more than likely, because I'm just now looking at the scroll bar. More than likely, we're not going to finish this.
Yeah, this is a long one, so
Yeah.
it will be a couple days, I think.
Yeah. So when we feel it is appropriate, we will stop this article and then move on to the next stuff.
Mhm.
Okay. Dakota's parents had welcomed Miller into their lives when Dakota was just 12 years old. Miller had taken a liking to the preteen, flying her to London for the premiere of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, in which they starred, and encouraging Dakota's musical aspirations. But the Miller that Dakota's parents once knew was growing more unpredictable and volatile by the day. Um, Again, I got nothing to say, but again, like, kind of fucked up. Not kind of, it is fucked up.
Yeah, no, again, it's
Okay, so there's actually like Hello Chrononauts, Blog of the Thunder Rain. I
I I think it might be a reference to the Lord of the Rings live stream I was on with Angling earlier, but I'm not sure where the Rain is going.
okay.
Anyway,
Yep. Were you gonna say something? Wrong reality. Hello, Dragon Turtle. Okay, he just popped on too. I don't really else to say. Don, do you have something to say?
no, just next. There's a lot. There's a lot of the unraveling of one Ezra Miller to get through. We can't react to each new thing as though it's shocking. Otherwise, we're going to burn out our shock meters.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. When Jumping Eagle learned that Miller and Tokata, Tokata. Again, I'm terrible with names. I'm not gonna lie.
He's not even good with the standard English ones, folks. It's nothing personal to any particular culture. He's just not good at anything.
Yeah. And Dakota were in LA. She and her husband, Chase Iron Eyes, jumped on a plane to save their daughter. They begged Dakota to stay away from Miller, who responded by calling her over and demanding Dakota get in. In a text message to Out Insider, Dakota said she asked Miller to call the Uber. When Jumping Eagle reached into the back of the car to talk to her daughter, Miller slammed the door on Jumping Eagle's arms so hard she had to be treated at an urgent care clinic, according to Jumping Eagle and a medical report viewed by Insider.
I'm willing to possibly accept that might have been an accident. Like maybe when they were getting out of the car, he slammed the door too hard, and because I don't know if you ever had your thumb slammed in a car door or anything, but it hurts like hell and shit happens.
Oh yeah, I've had my hand slammed on it. I accidentally had my hand like hit by a door several times. Not consecutively, obviously. I mean, like on separate occasions, several times on occasion.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept that some of these might just be Ezra Miller is not in his right mind, and yes, I'm aware that Ezra Miller identifies as non-binary, but I just
right.
Like they're too insane for me to be that courteous. I do have a line somewhere, and Ezra Miller, like I say, he's the bastard love child of Aleister Crowley and Rasputin on estrogen treatments.
Right. Okay, so trying to ask what the topic today is again.
We're starting with a timeline of Ezra Miller's various debacles.
Yeah. If you guys want, again, like as always, we have links to the stuff. Granted, we have links to the stuff in the description. So. All right. So moving on.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Nick.
Ezra Miller, stop assaulting me. Jumping Eagle screamed that they were sped off with Dakota inside. Jumping Eagle said she didn't know if she would ever see her daughter again. Had no way to find them, she was thinking. She said the encounter motivated her and her husband to sound the alarm about Miller, who they said has a pattern of targeting and grooming vulnerable young people. I'm going to withhold. again, basically, this is all going to be me just saying like that's really fucked up.
Yeah, we're saving our judgment and indignation for the end because the each individual aspect of this sounds like, oh, it's just Hollywood people being Hollywood people and being weird. It's when you see it all laid out together that it's like it's a death by 1,000 paper cuts phenomenon. None of these individually seem like odd things by Hollywood standards, but you put them all in a line together, and it's like, oh well, this person clearly is coming unraveled.
Franco says might have to leave early because of IRL. Don't know exactly. Hey, that's cool. Fine, man. That's totally cool.
Anyway, on with the many madnesses of Ezra Miller. Which honestly, that sounds like a good title for a biopic when all this is said and done. The many madnesses of Ezra Miller.
Our primary concern is the safety of our daughter. Jumping Eagle said we want other people to be warned. For years, Miller has been hailed as a hero of New Hollywood. The actor first caught the attention of critics in 2011 when he talked about Kevin. In 2012, The Perks of Being a Wallflower. When Miller came out, it was clear that year, telling Genovese, I'm open to love wherever it can be found. Fans had found their icon.
Okay, see, here is where I will say something because it's funny to me that Ezra Miller is hailed as a hero of New Hollywood when Johnny Depp was thrown under the bus with a single accusation. Not a confirmation, mind you, an accusation. And how many people of Hollywood status got thrown under every bus conceivable when #MeToo took off? But Ezra Miller is a hero of New Hollywood. He's the kind of actor we want to exist in Hollywood, don't you know? That to me is where this goes from actors being actors to actually interesting now, because it's one thing to acknowledge that creative people generally are a little bit insane and thus occasionally do some degenerate shit. So, and again, this is why I didn't sound the alarm when Ezra Miller did his first set of things. It took a few instances of this in a row before I was like, okay, this is more than just your average Hollywood degeneracy. But it's the fact that Hollywood at large seems to favor people like Ezra Miller for ideological and abstract reasons, while simultaneously throwing people like Johnny Depp and Harvey Weinstein and so forth under the bus. And don't get me wrong, Harvey Weinstein definitely deserved it because, quite frankly, he was a problem. But the fact that Johnny Depp, whose career had lasted almost 30 years by that point, was dead on the word of a single woman, whereas Ezra Miller is confirmed to have done a lot of this shit, and he's still the darling of Hollywood. Moving on. Well, whenever Brainstormer gets back. Brainstormer.
Sorry. I had to help with dinner for a sec.
Okay, no problem.
I'm having tacos. Shut the fuck up.
Ole.
Yeah, so bless you, Don.
Thank you.
Well, Dragon Troll said bless you.
Thank you. But yeah.
Yeah. Moving on?
Yes.
Okay. With their dark, wavy locks and ethereal bone structure, Miller was fearless in a world of cookie-cutter celebrities. They walked the red carpet in a pinstripe skirt suit with a rhinestone, I believe, bustier. And
yeah, bustier. Bustier.
Whatever. Eschewed city life for their Vermont farm where they raised goats and sang to the caterpillars.
See, this is where I'm confused. And again, it's not so much that I'm confused that this is happening, because this makes perfect sense within the social justice framework and all, but he's just a normal looking twink, my dudes. Like, speaking as someone who has definitely been around the block a time or two in the gay community here, um, there are twinks like Ezra of the like of Ezra Miller are a dime a dozen. In fact, they're a dime several dozen at this point. Um, so much so that I kind of want to just commit a mass genocide of the twinks because there are far too fucking many of them. But that's neither here nor there. Um, yeah, and his attempts to be a, an aristocratic prima donna are not that uncommon among Hollywood or among like the aristocracy either. It's just normal like quasi aristocratic foppish behavior. You you wanna see over the top looks? Look back at Bourbon era France. Your Louis XIV, Louis XVI, Marie Antoinette. Those people were over the frickin' top. Ezra Miller is in terms of aesthetic, is just a glorified RuPaul wannabe. And I can say that because I'm as gay as a $3 bill dipped in rainbow sherbet. So shut up.
Okay. I'll read those comments in a sec. I just want to get a little more here. All right.
Yeah.
By the time they appeared in the 2016 blockbusters Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, making him the first out actor to appear as a major film superhero playing Flash, they seemed poised for the next level stardom.
No, he just he was barely competent in those roles. He really wasn't his. In fact, most people were annoyed by his performance as the Flash for being too over the top and
Well,
like.
that was in Justice League / Justice League.
I know, but a lot of people already were having issues with him even in BDS, is what I'm saying. And his role as Credence Clearwater made no sense for the movie and was kind of lore breaking actually, but that's not here. But my point is, for all of this, oh, he's a superstar bollocks. The roles that he's like that were his star making roles were fairly minor, all things considered, and they were as panned as everything else about those two movies. So I I think it's a difference in framework. They want people like Ezra Miller to be big and famous, so they will take anything that resembles fame and amplify it ludicrously in their own heads because it just makes sense within their framework. And this, honestly, to me, is more fascinating than the fact that Ezra Miller is doing all the things that he is doing. It's that, unlike Johnny Depp or Harvey Weinstein or anyone else in modern day Hollywood whose career is ended at the whisper of a single accusation, Hollywood in general wants people like Ezra Miller, despite the fact that even Ezra Miller doesn't appear to like stardom all that much, apart from just the naked narcissistic fame that he gets from it. Moving on.
Well, Carl was saying a few things. Doing your DC Comics GL pose, chainless, and the Hispanic food. I don't think I remember the context that things were being said in.
Yeah, I'm not sure where the Green Lantern thing came from. I'm pretty sure the Hispanic food thing came in when I was giving you shit about tacos.
Right. Okay. He's a tool, however, he's not a dumb tool.
No, he is. He very, very is. He's a dyed-in-the-wool true believer of a lot of this shit.
Okay. Moving on.
Moving on.
But in the past 2 years, Miller, 29, has gone from one of Hollywood's most promising actors to one of its biggest liabilities. In April 2020, Miller was filmed choking a fan in Iceland. Uh, this spring, they were arrested twice in Hawaii, first on charges of disorderly conduct and harassment, then on allegations of second-degree assault. And
Several of these incidents, mind you, are recorded on tape. Like, we have video footage of him choking the people in Iceland.
oh yeah, remember that.
And
Anyway,
again, I just want to point out for once again the record that I don't know where they're getting this idea that Ezra Miller was ever a promising actor. In my experience, he was mostly just kind of an also ran. Like, we have all these other actors, and then also Ezra Miller is here too.
moving on.
Yep.
Okay. In June, a German woman told Variety that Miller hurled insults at her and refused to leave her apartment earlier that year. That month, Rolling Stone published an article about how Miller was hosting a mother and her 3 children at the actor's Vermont home. Source told Rolling Stone that the home was littered with guns and that one of the children, a 1-year-old, put a loose bullet in her mouth.
Uh-huh. And he's not arrested because why again?
I stopped trying to figure that shit out.
It wouldn't be as interesting were it not for the obvious public double standard of people like Johnny Depp, who has a categorically larger impact on Hollywood than Ezra Miller will ever hope to have, and has for like the last 20 years.
Yeah, and
But
to be really honest, again, I don't really pay much attention to actors outside of like projects. Much, but Johnny Depp, to my knowledge, doesn't really seem like that much of an asshole compared to Mr. Miller.
well, no, he's Johnny. Johnny, if nothing else, is as good a human being as Hollywood can provide. But my point in pointing that out is, I think Johnny Depp is the person that Ezra Miller wishes he was, for lack of a better word, even down to the kind of semi-effeminate way that he is. Like, because Johnny Depp has never been the machismo actor. He was always the artsy fartsy, sort of more classy, more refined, more unusual actor rather than the um, testosterone laden male lead. So it's odd to me that between Johnny Depp and Ezra Miller, Hollywood is choosing Ezra Miller over Johnny Depp. I suspect, and by that I mean I'm almost entirely certain, that they're going to regret making that choice someday soon. They may even be regretting it as we speak. Moving on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. In June, Tokata's parents obtained a temporary protection order demanding Miller stay away from their child. In tribal court documents, the parents said the actor had been grooming Tokata for 6 years and was physically and emotionally abusive. Uh, Tokata told Insider that these allegations were a disgusting and irresponsible smear campaign against Miller, and that Miller, in multiple cases, has done the right thing and stood in protection of others. Okay.
Now, on paper, I would be willing to call that the parents getting overly protective and the parents being puritanical douchebags. However, given the context, which we will see later on in this article, that may well be a sign of gaslighting more so than it is genuine opinion, one way or the other. Moving on.
Right. Okay. A week after Kakana's parents obtained a protection order, a Massachusetts mother of a 12-year-old was also granted a temporary harassment protection order against Miller, who she said showed an inappropriate interest in her child. Okay. Instead, I have spoken with 14 people who had recent interactions with Miller, in which the actor exhibited frightening emotional outbursts, carried firearms, or left them feeling unsafe. Some people said Miller sought out impressionable young women and non-binary people whom they could isolate from their families and control. In some cases, Miller had sexual relations with these people. In 2020, during a roughly 2-month stint in Iceland where Miller walked the streets barefoot, rumors spread that the movie star was running a cult out of an Airbnb. I'll be right back.
Yeah. See, this is the disturbing thing about Mr. Miller. Again, he seems like a less competent and less charismatic version of Rasputin or Aleister Crowley, or at the very least that he's trying to be an Aleister Crowley or Rasputin. But because he is this waifish, waspish, twinkish, effeminate little shit, he doesn't have the seriousness, the charisma, or the gravitas to pull off being an Aleister Crowley or a Rasputin. And essentially, this is like a community dinner theater production of Aleister Crowley or Rasputin's greatest hits. Which is most of the reason why I find Ezra Miller detestable. If he were actually a more competent person and actually had some skill and some credentials, we'd be talking about a different story. But he literally strikes me as a new age hippie who is trying to be edgy by mimicking Aleister Crowley or Rasputin. And he thinks his fame and his his D-list celebrity status is enough to make him important, minus all the lack of skills that he has. But unfortunately, even if you're talking about people who are known for their craziness, your Aleister Crowleys, your Rasputins, your Ted Kaczynskis, and so on, you gotta have some skill to back shit up with, or it's not really worth anything. That's the difference between an Aleister Crowley, a Rasputin, or even a Ted Kaczynski, and an Ezra Miller. One of these is a serious person who just happens to be fucking insane, and one of these is a annoying, quinkish little shit trying to mimic the edginess of others. And he thinks his fame will give him enough clout to get away with it all.
Oh, okay. I'm looking at Discord now, Chrono. Okay. Yeah, I heard about that. The covers related to what was his name? To the version of Green Lantern, Kyle Rayner. Like the disservice they did that cover for Hispanic Heritage Month.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
Anyway, back to the escapades of one Ezra Miller.
I do want to get my good 2 cents since it was brought up about that. I personally don't care, mainly because I haven't really been a big fan of DC Comics in the last few years due to just nothing really coming out that's grabbed my interest. I do think, like looking at the 2 images that I had seen of them, like the version that was altered and the one that wasn't, it is a disservice because there is more effort put into the original version, and they just completely cut out a lot of like good work that was put in there. But I'm not, and that's speaking as a Hispanic guy. by the way.
Ole.
Fuck you. Right, but yeah, moving on. Over the past 6 months, the actor has been driving around the U.S. carrying at least one gun and wearing a bulletproof vest, paranoid and about being followed by the FBI and the Ku Klux Klan. Okay, the FBI I can understand. People told Insider. Takata said the vest was a fashionable safety measure in response to actual attacks and received death threats. In January, Miller posted a video threatening to kill Ku Klux Klan members.
My dude, Ezra, you're not that important. No matter how much you want to LARP as your betters, as an Aleister Crowley or a Rasputin, you're too much of a snotty little bitch to be one of those people. There's a reason why Aleister Crowley and Rasputin were not twinks. You can't simultaneously avail yourself of modern day social justice phenomena and be the gay stereotype in Hollywood, and also want to be this edgy cult leading madman like Ted Kaczynski. You need to pick an insanity. You can make either of them work for you, but trying to have it both ways is not working for you. You can't simultaneously be the most waifish, non-threatening twink to ever grace a movie screen and also be this edgy, threatening, freaking cult leading edgelord.
Moving on?
Yes.
Okay. Several people close to Miller say they're worried about the actor's mental state and are concerned Miller has lost touch with reality, whether because the pressures of fame have broken them or because no one is willing to check their behavior. Many of the people who spoke with Insider asked to remain anonymous, fearing retaliation from the star.
Again, it amuses me that of all the people in Hollywood that are honestly probably more deserving of some sympathy, your Johnny Depps, your victims of Me Too, your Warren Ellis's, none of them lasted beyond one of these types of accusations. But Ezra Miller does 14 different major crimes in 1,000 minor ways in the space of about a year, and there are still people willing to go, well, he's doing it for the glory of social justice. Well, he's doing it for the glory of his non-binaryism, and so on and so forth. And because again, it very much seems like Ezra Miller is the kind of movie star they want to exist. Whether or not he's actually a movie star is apparently completely immaterial to them. They will take anything resembling success in his line of work and use it and draw it equivalent to everything that Johnny Depp, for example, has ever done. Despite the fact that the biggest movies Ezra Miller has on his resume are 2 DC movies and 1 Harry Potter spin-off prequel, they will compare it to someone like Johnny Depp, who has been Edward Scissorhands, Captain Jack Sparrow. I'm trying to.
Actually, 2 Harry Potter films, or 3.
Well, but it's in one. It's in one. Well, yeah. But it's in the same franchise. That's why I kind of. But anyway, point being, Johnny Depp's entire oeuvre, Captain Jack Sparrow, Mad Hatter, Edward Scissorhands, any other movies that he did with Tim Burton over the years. I wanted to say Beetlejuice, but that was Michael Keaton. Dean Corso from Johnny Depp has been in significant and meaningful movies for more than 20 years, Ezra Miller has been in too, and yet in the minds of the great and good of Hollywood, he's not even just equivalent to Johnny Depp. He's actually more important and more worthy of defending. Mostly probably because he toes the social justice line and is the embodiment of what they want um, what they want male humans to be under the rubric of social justice. A waspish, non-threatening twink who nevertheless gets undue amounts of fame and glory for it. And twinks can be threatening, or twinks can be offended all they like. I don't I don't care. As a gay man, I would like to see the end, or at least the great diminishment of the number of twinks in my community, because there are far too many fucking twinks in the gay community. I'm sick of it. And it wouldn't bother me, except they all behave like this. They all behave like hyper feminine, hyper grandiose twits, no matter how self evidently annoying and worthless they become.
Enough?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. I think Ezra had been enabled because of their fame, their wealth, their earning potential, their whiteness, and their beauty. Okay. That
They,
second to last, actually, yeah, the second last one is completely immaterial.
that entire sentence is
Well, no,
objective.
I can.
He's not that famous though. They keep acting as though he's a Marvel actor or some shit, or even one of the more important DC actors, but he's been in two things.
Right. Okay. But let me finish the sentence. A longtime family friend of Miller's told Insider. Okay.
But again, he's not that famous. He's not that good at acting. He doesn't actually have that much clout. His clout is sort of in potential, i.e., we've all collectively agreed that he's important, therefore he has more importance than he actually does. Um, and as far as beauty goes, like even as far as twinks are concerned, he's not that hot. And by the way, he is one of the dyed in the wool social justice adherents who hate whiteness and goes out of his way to oppose what he considers whiteness wherever he can. So you can't simultaneously, again, it's one of those things of you can't have it both ways. You can't have a darling of the social justice movement who defies all the male stereotypes and then use his adherence to male stereotypes as a means to both throw him under the bus or defend him. He is the non-typical feminist man that the feminist movement swears up and down that they want. This is part of the reason why he is as defended as he is, I think. He is the non-typical beta male or he's the typical feminist man, and that means he opposes normal masculinity in every conceivable dimension. He was not at any point benefiting from it. In fact, if anything, the main thing that's allowed him to get away with this shit for so long is because we all collectively agree that he is one of the most single, non-threatening looking men ever. So even when he does do damaging shit, a lot of us can't take it seriously because he's what, $140 in terms of weight, and he looks skinnier than that. Like he looks about my size, quite frankly. And yes, I'm aware that's pot calling kettle black. But point being, for exactly the same reason as I would laugh if anyone actually accused me of being threatening, being 5'4" and crippled, and $127 last I weighed myself. That's exactly the same reason why I think a lot of this stuff a lot of Ezra Miller's mental instability went unnoticed or actually was found charming because it was viewed as somebody who basically had Napoleon syndrome. Whereas if somebody who was, The Rock in his prime, or actually The Rock is frankly still in his prime. But yeah, if Ezra Miller's behavior came out of the body and mouth of someone like Dwayne The Rock Johnson or Arnold Schwarzenegger in his prime, we would be having a very, very different conversation, and it wouldn't have gotten past one of these instances. And I would go so far as to say the main reason why Ezra Miller wasn't on trial day one after the whole Hawaii incident or the choking the woman in the bar in Scandinavia incident is because we all collectively understood that even if he was trying to choke a bitch, there's no way in hell the man is doing any damage to anyone. And that, coupled with the fact that he is the ideal man of feminist imagining, the men that feminism collectively wants every man to aspire to be like, is why he got away with all this shit. If I had to guess, it has nothing to do with his whiteness. In fact, his opposition to whiteness is probably what saved him more than anything else. "Quote unquote" whiteness. I'm not saying I'm using it. I'm just saying this is the framework that they use. So I'm speaking to them in a language they can understand.
And I'm back with tacos.
Ole.
Why you gotta be racist, man?
Because I love you. That's why. And you know it.
That's just gay.
You're goddamn right. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm super excited.
Every time you say that, man, one, I do think a part of you dies, and a part of me dies with you.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
It takes something every time I say it, but
Okay.
it's worth it to be able to essentially throw their flamboyantness back in their faces.
Right. Right. So moving on.
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's really hard to intervene when someone has as many resources as Ezra. They added, when you're famous, people are less likely to say no to you. I think those things can be really dangerous. Again, out of not.
He's not that famous.
But okay, in the context of Ezra Miller, I don't think it fits. But overall, I don't necessarily disagree with the sentiment. Which is what I think I wanted to say earlier with the first half.
Yeah.
Minus like the last two things. But yeah, like overall sentiment, I don't necessarily disagree with.
But then again, I think especially in today's day and age, fame and power are actually kind of like the pendulum has swung almost the other way. Like when you see someone who's famous and powerful, you almost hold them to higher standards than normal people, not lower. I think it used to be that way in like the 80s and 90s, but that was because most of the time we mostly thought of celebrities as either good or harmless. But now, especially because of the social justice types and oppression narratives on one side, and the libertarian types be skeptical of all authority and all power on the other side, I think now the pendulum has swung the other way to the point that when you see someone who's famous, you actually are inherently more skeptical of them, not less.
Yeah, I don't think you're entirely wrong. No.
And just for the record, by the way, I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing that we've moved away from trusting the people in power implicitly, be it governmental, social, or cultural, and being skeptical of people in power implicitly. I think that's the right way around. In the same way that people shouldn't be afraid of their government. Their government should be afraid of their people. We should hold those in power over us of any kind more accountable, not less. That to me is the correct way around. I think this is a good move forward. But my point in pointing it out is it's the exact fucking opposite of what this person is framing things as. They're framing it as though it's still the 80s and 90s where famous people can get away with anything they want, whereas in the honest to goodness IRL world in which we all live, I think we all can agree to some degree at least that people with fame and power are actually held to more standards now, not less. And that's the right way around, by the way, but it is what it is.
Right. See you later, Dragon Turtle. Said he had to go.
Yep. You can always watch it after.
Okay.
Anyway, moving on.
Right. Those close to Miller said executives at Warner Brothers, the studio behind both the Fantastic Beasts franchise and the DC Extended Universe films in which the Flash character has appeared, as well as Miller's parents, seem to have done little to try and get them help. Warner Brothers did not respond to requests for comment.
Because for most of Ezra Miller's rise to semi-stardom, he was the ideal social justice male. He was the ideal feminist man for a while. Everyone remember the famous Ezra Miller Gal Gadot interview where he tried to force her to say patriarchy or wrath in this world is over, and she, being the base person that she is, was just like, I'm not doing that. It's because we like to see. I think on an instinctive level, we see femininity and weakness as non-threatening, and in a lot of ways, because Ezra Miller is such a waifish twink, it allows him to get away with outbursts we wouldn't allow more traditionally masculine men to get away with. If if Arnold in his prime or Dwayne The Rock Johnson tried to get away with half the shit that Ezra Miller got away with in this last year, he would have been in jail like 5 minutes after the first incident. But because we all collectively understand that no matter how hard Ezra Miller tries to choke a bitch, the bitch in question is more than capable of bitch slapping him into next week because he is a non-threatening piece of shit. So we let him get away with it, and we chalked it up to, twinkish little gay flamboyant boys are going to be artistic and weird sometimes. It's okay. Anyway, moving on.
Mm-hmm. One sec. So I was eating. Okay. People in Ezra's life are really grieving the person they've lost. The longtime family friend said, because I don't think that person is coming back.
But again, I must ask, what person are we supposed to be grieving here? Because the only thing that's different between Ezra Miller of 2022 and Ezra Miller circa like 2018 was time. And I say that because a lot of the eccentric, new agey, hippie trippy social justice bullshit that Ezra Miller was getting up to in 2017, 2018 kind of follows into the eccentric, in a negative way, things that he's getting up to now. It makes perfect sense that a dyed-in-the-wool male feminist, gay, twinkish social justice ideologue would transition from trying to force Gal Gadot to disavow patriarchy to running a cult. That makes perfect sense. That's why the stereotype about male feminists exists, because we all know on some level that a lot of the male feminists, not all of them, some of them are just genuinely that well-meaning and that doormatish, but a lot of male feminists use the body of feminist theories to excuse flaws in themselves, which they then attribute to all manhood. I.e., it's not me, it's my masculinity. Even when they're people like Ezra Miller who don't have enough masculinity to fill a fucking tampon's worth. If masculinity were liquid, that is.
Miller grew up steeped in the arts. Their father, Robert Miller, is a book publisher and former vice president at Hyperion Books, now Hachette. Hatchet? I don't think it's Hatchet. Books, and their mother, Marta Miller, is a modern dancer. Marta often brought Miller to the family's country house in Vermont, where she opened a dancers and artists residency. Performing came naturally to Miller, who first trained as an opera singer at age 6 to overcome a speech impediment and eventually joined the Metropolitan Opera.
See, there you go. He was raised as a foppish aristocrat who used his flamboyantness and his performativeness to cover for personal weaknesses, in this case, the speech impediment. That is the perfect environment in which to raise a traumatized, sheltered narcissist. This makes total sense, knowing what we know about cluster B personality disorders and in particular narcissistic personality disorder. And when you throw in the body of feminist frameworks that says, men being effeminate is not just okay and not just neutral, but encouraged, this was the perfect environment for a personality like Ezra Miller to flourish. He's an aristocrat who was never told no, but he has enough personal damages for it to qualify as trauma. And I'm just spitballing here, but because both of his parents were very artsy-fartsy people and also very high-achieving people, they probably didn't give him affection in a very constructive way, and in fact tied affection to performance. Therefore, he obtained an external locus of identity, which he defined his identity by how flamboyantly he could perform shit. And then, boom, we have the beginnings of a sheltered, aristocratic, fucking narcissist who has never been told no in their lives. Moving on.
Okay. Forming came naturally to Miller. A friend who knew Miller at their private high school in New Jersey described him as an outgoing, charismatic goofball who dressed in full thrift store finds, smoked weed, and indulged in the occasional acid trip.
Is there a more aristocratic person on this earth?
Sorry, I mean, go. Sorry, I thought.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, this is why I never really tried to be an actor. Well, that and I don't think I'm a good actor.
No, you don't think you're good at anything, and you're good at lots of things. That's not here nor there.
Okay, to be fair, I think I'm better at performing when I'm in like a costume.
Like your famous Scarecrow bit where you traumatize children.
Like like full body acting and stuff, where I more do more physical movements than acting with my face or stuff.
Mm-hmm. But also worth noting, it was a private high school, so he didn't even just go to a regular, honest-to-goodness high school. He went to the fancy-smancy high school where only the valid people get to go. And again, we're surprised that he had a secret underbelly of dark, twisted desires that was fed into by all this social justice nonsense. Are we really that surprised? Because I'm not surprised.
Moving on?
Yep.
After another longtime family friend, Sam Miller appeared to have a level of emotional intelligence uncommon for their age.
By which I'm assuming they meant he was feminine, and they misinterpreted that as emotional intelligence. Or or alternatively, going with the he has narcissistic personality disorder, or at least cluster B personality disorder angle. He probably had what's referred to in the annals of narcissistic personality disorder known as cold empathy, which is the ability to charm the pants off of people so as to manipulate them. It's not actual empathy, it's essentially a predatory instinct whereby you see people for what you can get from them, whether that's emotional support, or whether that's resources, or whether that's simply a bunch of tools that you can manipulate. And yes, I'm well aware that I'm an asshole, and therefore a lot of what I'm saying here might be turned around on me and go, well, yeah, you have that too. And I wouldn't dispute that. The difference being is I have self awareness enough to know that I have those tendencies. Ezra Miller never had to acquire any self awareness whatsoever because he was never ever told no, and he was given a life that was aristocratic and posh from the word go, wherein his emotional needs were never actually addressed, and so they were left to fester and become trauma, thus leading to what I'm betting is some strain or other of cluster B personality disorder.
For the record, I would dispute that if someone calls you a narcissist.
I am aware of that and I appreciate that, but I find it to be more constructive to remind myself that I'm not a good person than to become convinced that I am, because people who become convinced that they are good people are usually the worst people.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying you're a good person. You are definitely an asshole. That's non-negotiable.
Uh-huh.
I don't think you're as bad as you think you are, though.
I mean, I will hope that you are correct, but I will still maintain. I will still endeavor to, as much as possible, maintain my self awareness, because self awareness is the key to actually being a decent person occasionally.
Really, I hadn't known that.
Uh-huh.
I do think you might somewhat be right in your inference of Ezra Miller, based on what is said next by the same person.
Uh-huh.
They were really able to connect with people, the person said. As a young actor, Miller was picky about roles, acknowledging in an interview that they spat on the script of The Perks of Being a Wallflower when they first saw it. I was curious that some idiot somewhere, was trying to ruin a great piece of literature, Miller said. The screenplay was written by the book's author, Stefan Chbosky. Said the name wrong, I'm sorry.
Like, okay, so there are a couple vectors I can go, because that does sort of confirm my estimation that he's probably at least narcissistic in temperament, if not necessarily in the clinical sense. But that might also just be an aristocratic affectation, and it might just be that he has standards. And honestly, the fact that he has standards, I don't mind, because if I went looking for quasi aristocratic pricks who have standards that most people can't meet, I would find myself looking into the mirror more often than I would be entirely comfortable with. So I am not going to commit a tu quoque fallacy here. However, whether it's an aristocratic affectation of someone who's never been told no and therefore has stupidly high standards, or whether it's the beginnings of a narcissistic personality temperament, or some combination of the two, which, by the way, is probably where I'm going to end up landing. He has the beginnings of narcissistic personality disorder from the get-go, and his aristocratic privileged lifestyle that also didn't prioritize emotional or personal self-awareness and instead prioritized flamboyant over-the-top performance, exacerbated those issues, if nothing else, and or inculcated them in an otherwise healthy boy. Although I'm not sure to what extent I would go with that second option. I think it's, as with most things, a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. He had the potential to become a person with cluster B personality disorder, and then the life that he led exacerbated the problem, and it eventually crystallized his narcissistic or other cluster B personality disorder. But I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to armchair psychologize him too much because I remember being a flamboyant acting kid. I I mean, for fuck's sake, I wear top hat and bow tie every day of my life, whether I'm going outside or not. Um, like this is my default mode. So I have my own high standing, highfalutin, very fabulous way of doing things. So I'm not going to try and say that him doing those things is a bad thing. But they might be indicative of something is all I'm getting at. Moving on.
Okay. Between acting jobs, Miller played drums in their genre-queer rock band, Sons of an Illustrious Father, now called Odkin. I am somewhat tempted to look up their music if they have any out there.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of interested now to see what a teenage Ezra Miller and his buddies did in their daddy's posh garage there.
I have nothing to say to that, so no.
Yep, moving on.
Even as Miller's career took off, the actor seemed unsettled and alluded to struggling with their mental health. The cults of celebrity and fanatics of celebrities. That's what governs the world now, they told the Hollywood Reporter in 2018. So you're a politician or you're whoever, you're just a celebrity with a fan club, like me, you know. And we're all probably and we're all probably mentally ill. I watch television or the news. I'm like, oh, it's my people. We're all mentally ill together. Cool.
And see, this is why I always say never attribute to opportunistic malice what can adequately be explained by sincere ideological conversion. Because what he is saying here, apart from being very indicative of how he views people, is also, I think he's correct to some degree in saying that it's how all the other all the other actors and important people and politicians view things as well. It's all about the clout and the validity and the cults of personality and the cults of abstract morality more than it is about reason, logic, calculation, or substance. And Ezra Miller is once again, he's not good at much, but what he is, in a very fascinating sort of way, is the example of the end result of all of this social justice aristocratic gobbledygook. He is the man of the future that Hollywood and the politicians and all the great and good want the young generation to be. And thankfully, we are not, but they, in quite a lot of ways, are, because this is, to some degree, how they view the world. It's also a major red flag of narcissism to only see people as a means to an end rather than an end in themselves, and only see things in terms of clout and pomp and circumstance rather than anything relating to substance. So again, he's a narcissist, he's an aristocrat, he's both, and he's a perfect example of how Hollywood, in and of itself, thinks. Because he is inculcated enough in this to be a perfect example of it, and unfiltered enough to say the quiet part out loud because he finds nothing morally wrong with it. So, if nothing else, Ezra Miller is a perfect case study for how Hollywood and the politicians and the various corporations, basically the aristocracy, as I call it, thinks. Moving on.
By the end of 2019, their behavior, once characterized as quirky, became more disturbing, observers said. And no shit. On the set of Asking For It, a feminist thriller filmed in Oklahoma in fall 2019. I'd never heard of this.
Also, can we just have a moment of silence for the very concept of a feminist thriller film? That sentence shouldn't exist in any sane universe, but it exists in the one in which we currently find ourselves. That's like saying a Christian, like a Christian thriller film.
I'm sure
That
there is one.
I'm sure they exist, but what I'm saying is when you have a very strict moral system, the last thing you should try to apply it to are things that are supposed to be dark, twisted, or edgy. Because the things that are dark, twisted, and edgy are the things that are in defiance of whatever the moral aristocracy of the day happens to be. That's why most Christian movies, with a few exceptions, are dog shit because they put their morality ahead of their storytelling or art. Well, the same thing in the modern day parlance with feminism. If you try to make a thriller, i.e., something that's supposed to be insightful to the human condition and dramatic and thrilling, using feminist themes, you're gonna wind up in the same boat as the Christian rapping dude from the '90s who called Jesus Christ his nigga that one time. And yes, that actually exists. It's as cringy as it sounds.
Okay.
Moving on.
Mhm. uh, okay. I'm just gonna reread it just because I did stop mid sentence.
Mm-hmm.
On the set of Asking For It, a feminist thriller filmed in Oklahoma in fall 2019, Miller often wore long capes, long robes, a cape, and a unicorn head, despite scorching temperatures, crew members said. The ensemble was not part of Miller's on-screen wardrobe. Many people on the set commented on Miller's pungent body odor, and one production staffer told Insider that Miller appeared mentally scattered.
Dude seriously seems to think he's Aleister Crowley. Like, this is bizarre, even by Hollywood standards. But the funny thing is, as the person who wrote this article pointed out, his unusual personality quirks used to seem quirky right up until even the people who agreed with him couldn't cover for him using ideology anymore. The problem is, I think on some level, his personality was always threatening and unsettling, but with a combination of the fact that he's a useless, flailing feminine twink and the fact that he was on their ideological side of social justice, they either lauded his eccentricities because they were in line with the ideology and or the consequences of the ideology, or they chalked it up to him being flamboyant and twinkish because they didn't consider someone that feminine and that stereotypically unmasculine a threat. And then it got more and more extreme to the point that even people who would otherwise agree with him had to go, hold on, where are we going with this? Moving on.
It was kind of startling, the production staffer said, adding that Miller seemed to be just kind of floating from place to place, room to room.
It's just amusing to me because this is like young Aleister Crowley behavior here. Ezra Miller thinks he's that edgy. I find it amusing that he thinks he's that edgy.
A few months later, or moving on.
Yes, go ahead.
A few months later, while filming the TV miniseries The Stand, Miller incessantly screeched, spit, and interrupted the director by screaming during filming. Kevin Armstrong, an extra on the show, said the second person said Miller would yell erratically on the set to get a reaction. He was in The Stand?
Yes, he played the trash can man.
Okay. I haven't seen it.
He's a guy who suffered brain damage because he was abused as a child and discovered that he really liked the look of fire. So he started randomly setting things on fire, and they sent him to a mental institution where he received electroshock therapy to the point where basically now the only part of his personality that still functions is the arsonist part. So they refer to him as the trash can man because when he's not planning on blowing up something larger than a trash can, he likes randomly just setting fires in trash cans. The guy's actual name is Donald Merwin Albert. And he winds up getting manipulated by Flag because, of course, Flag draws all the ne'er-do-wells and hedonists to him, up to and including people with mental disorders, because people with mental disorders are A, easy to manipulate, and B, have desires that already fall in line with Flag's schemes. He's actually one of my favorite characters because Flag actually kind of develops a father-son relationship with the Trash Can Man to the point that he, at one point, Trash Can Man betrays Flag, and like everyone else who betrays Flag, he realizes that Trash Can Man has to die, but he specifically says to his enforcers, kill him, but make sure you kill him quickly and do it respectfully because I have a soft spot for that boy.
Okay.
The Stand is a freaking amazing IP, but the 2020 version was shit. And how they managed to not make an iconic version of The Stand when the real world was actually going through a pandemic, I will never fucking know, but they somehow managed to bungle it up. Amber Heard was also in that, by the way.
Okay.
It's a small world after all. Moving on.
Mhm. At one point, just before the camera started rolling, Armstrong said, Miller screamed out an offensive joke. It was something to the effect of a Jew, a black man, and a gay man walked the bar. Bartender said, Hey, what are you doing here? You don't belong here, Armstrong recalled. Okay.
That qualifies as offensive? What the See, this is the problem. It's ideologically warped people reporting on other ideologically warped people. The only thing they think is wrong with Ezra Miller is the extremeness of his actions, and they can't see how their own framework is also completely backwards. But moving on.
Mm-hmm. Right. All right. Armstrong said that he would complain about Miller's behavior. The person in charge of extras told him that Miller was method acting because the character, Trash Can Man, was mentally unstable. But a former associate of Miller's said things got so bad that production called Miller's legal counsel manager because people on set were not feeling safe. It was disgusting and horribly unprofessional, Armstrong said of Miller's behavior, adding that everyone else would have been escorted off the set immediately.
I mean, they are not wrong, but in Ezra Miller's defense, if he was attempting to method act, really it just seemed like he was being an eccentric asshole for the sake of being an eccentric asshole, kind of like Jared Leto. But if he were method acting, for Trash Can Man, I can kind of understand it, especially considering that if this is just Ezra Miller's default mode, I can see how he got the role of Trash Can Man. Because if I had to pick someone to play Trash Can Man, Ezra Miller wouldn't be a bad choice. Then again, Amber Heard played Nadine Cross, who was Flag's Scarlet Woman and the soon-to-be mother of his child. So maybe everyone was just being typecast in The Stand. Though I will say, when I saw that Amber Heard was playing Nadine, all I could think was, Flag, my dude, you can do better than this bitch. Because I know he's technically like the stand-in for the devil or an immortal sorcerer and shit, but even the devil's gotta have standards, man. Flag, didn't anyone ever tell you in the thousands of years you've been alive, don't stick it in crazy? Lol.
Mhm. In February 2020, Miller traveled to London to film Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore, in which they play the character Credence Barebone. Oh, so when filming for Harry Potter spinoff halted because of COVID-19, Miller headed to Iceland. Miller's presence was poorly received by some Icelanders, who said the actor was aggressive and emitted a putrid stench. The actor, who rarely changed out of the same loosely fitting bohemian clothing, strolled the frigid streets of Reykjavik, Reykjavik barefoot.
Reykjavik. Yes.
I'm again, I'm not gonna say names right until I like hear them.
You did eventually get it right. It's Reykjavik.
Reykjavik. Okay. Barefoot, revealing long, pointy toenails and what looked like an infected gash on one foot. Three people said. One person recalled seeing Miller rocking around, mumbling. Okay.
Yep. Dude is well and truly not okay in the brain. He is insane in the membrane.
That's fun in Dragon Turtle. I mean, not Chrononaut. I'm sorry, he
What
said
you said?
insert generic Dragon Turtle comment followed with a generic Dalton comment with ready for it, bananas.
I I mean, true. That is how this usually works. And while I'm sad we don't have Dragon Turtle right now, I'm also kind of grateful because it means we're actually getting through the article at something resembling a reasonable speed.
I do think in another like 20 or so minutes, we are going to call it on this and then move on.
Okay.
All right. Anything else or moving on?
No, we can move on.
Miller traveled everywhere with a personal assistant and spiritual advisor, Jasper Young Bear, but told locals he cut off at least one of his own fingers during a ritual ceremony. Young Bear didn't respond to a request for comment. The actor used an art house movie theater, Via Pardes, as a sort of clubhouse, with Miller occasionally burning sage to clear the premise of bad spirits, staffers told Insider.
And see, I didn't think I could hate Ezra Miller any more than I already do, because he is an annoying, insufferable social justice twink. But the fact that he also seems to think that he's some kind of guru is pissing me off even further. He is exactly the kind of new age twit that I fucking both hate and I really wish there were less of. But then again, they're magically useless, so what the fuck do I care?
Moving on.
Yes, go ahead.
Um, Although the finger thing is a bit weird to me.
Yeah, because he's gone freaking insane, and he basically is using a very thin veneer of new age spirituality as a like justification for his insanity, more or less. And what annoys me is that people are going to look at this and think that the new aginess is the problem, or that magic itself is the problem. When in actuality, no, it's just Ezra Miller being an incompetent boob who doesn't know anything about the magic he's trying to use. Let it never be said that I didn't point out this for the 500th frickin' time, but incompetence will always be more dangerous than evil. Because evil at least has some semblance of meritocracy around it. Whereas incompetence ruins fucking everything.
For most of their time in Iceland, Miller rented a sprawling modern Airbnb in Re- I'd say again,
Reykjavik.
Reykjavik, a suburb of Kópavogur. I think that's how you say it. Uh, they filled the home with a menagerie of Icelandic artists, expats, and spiritual confidants, whom they encouraged to stay there, even though many had their own homes in Reykjavik. Okay. I don't really have anything to say to that. It's weird, I'm not granted, but continue.
I don't have anything. I don't have anything. I was looking at Chrono's question. He asked me, I think, what MBTI I thought Ezra Miller's personality type was. And honestly, off the top of my head, I would say ESFP or ESFJ. I'm not sure which. In terms of like his general mannerisms, I would say ESFP, but because of the cult-like mentality, I'm bending more in like the cult-like mentality and the cult of personality thing. I'm betting more towards ESFJ would be my guess because it's the authoritarian judgment part that makes me think he's ESFJ. It's a it's a personality test thing uh, that people use. Don't don't worry too much about it.
Sorry, I'm just right, yeah, moving on.
Chrono, you put them in the wrong order. The S goes before the F.
Moving on.
Yes.
Uh, one woman who visited the house for a day in March 2020 recalled several mattresses spread out on the floor and compared the house to a commune. She was struck by how enamored guests seemed to be of Miller, hanging on their every word and seeming unfazed by Miller's mood swings. It felt like everyone was hypnotized, she said. That's not a good thing.
No, it's classic cult behavior, which is why I call Ezra Miller the bastard love child of Aleister Crowley and Rasputin if he were on estrogen treatments.
I will say that is one of your more clever insults I've heard you ever say.
I appreciate that. It didn't take long to come up with it, but I mean, it appears to be accurate because he has all the negative aspects of Aleister Crowley and Rasputin, with none of the actual gravitas or grandeur, and of course with all of the twinkish social justice mannerisms mixed in.
Mm-hmm. Moving on.
Yep.
Okay. Between Miller's makeshift commune, their monologues on spirituality, and their emotional outbursts, rumors began to circulate in Reykjavik that the star was running a cult.
Well, because it seems to fit the aesthetics of a cult in every conceivable dimension, and he fits the aesthetics of a cult leader with almost every conceivable dimension. And the only reason we didn't catch this earlier, again, is probably because he was so twinkish and non-threatening that people just chalked up his random outburst to eccentricity, no matter how actually serious he was about everything. And again, I am aware this is the pot calling the kettle black and all things, but difference being, I am aware of these things. He is not aware of these things. someone made him aware of these things, he probably could be a better version of himself.
All right. Miller had worked daily at the Airbnb. Uh, and often alluded to possessing supernatural powers, two people said, and instructed guests to participate in group meditations led by Young Bear. He spoke at length about fate and the importance of social justice for marginalized groups. Many of the people who became involved with Miller said they believed in the issues Miller cared about, but Miller often took things too far.
He's blending magic and social justice. I can't even with this. I just I you could not conceivably piss me off more, Ezra, if you wanted to. I just he's not worth cursing. I need to keep reminding myself he's not worth cursing. He's done that to himself plenty. But good goddamn. Like, it's one thing to be a lazy, incompetent, pseudo new agey, fluffy bunny magical practitioner. It's another thing to be a cult leader, and it's another thing still to combine your attempts to be a fucking cult leader through new agey, fluffy bunny boo boo bullshit, and combine it with fucking the Frankfurt School Hegelian gobbledygook that is social justice. Ezra Miller, you are everything that is wrong. You are like male feminism embodied into a single being, basically. Just like Amber Heard is everything wrong with female feminism distilled into a single goddamn being. In fact, why don't you two just date each other? It will be amusing for the rest of us, and you'll make each other happy, and everyone else will be safe from you. That's the best of all possible worlds at this point. Ezra Miller and Amber Heard date each other and have kids, but hopefully then those kids will be taken away from their parents because those people, while I would be amused to see what their kids would be like, I don't think they should have the freedom to raise them. And that is one of the few times I advocate for such things.
Anyway,
Yes, moving on.
two people said Miller's celebrity status and power made them hesitant to go against the actor, in part because of Miller's generosity. Miller insisted on paying for her friends' foods, lodging, and weed. The musician who recorded with Miller in Iceland said the actor handed him 200,000 krona, roughly equivalent to $1,500, for his birthday. The musician said the more time he spent with Miller, the more he behaved like them and believed in their spiritual powers. That's cult leader.
Again, we're talking about a very classic display of cerebral narcissism here. Right down to the potential to become a goddamn cult leader. And the thing that makes Ezra Miller crazy is not his belief in magic or the supernatural or even having supernatural powers. In my opinion, literally every human has some degree of potential with regards to these things. The issue is that he is not tethering his understanding of any of these things to something resembling intellectual charity, intellectual honesty, or intellectual or academic rigor. These are the things that make Ezra Miller insane. It's not that he believes in magic or supernatural powers, it's that he thinks he can attain them by basically doing bargain basement new agey Wiccan shit. And he thinks they're an excuse to declare himself some kind of god. Because again, bastard love child of Rasputin and Aleister Crowley if he were on estrogen treatments. Moving on.
Okay. And Dawn is gone. I'm gonna give him a couple minutes.
I don't know what happened. StreamYard fucked up.
Well, okay, I had a few guesses. I just came to mind because I don't think it was on my end. So my first guess is your internet crapped out, which seems the most logical one for like a good second there or something.
I mean, that is possible too.
Second one, you accidentally pressed the leave studio button.
That is also possible, considering I was looking at the chat and I might have hit the wrong thing when I was trying to X out of it. Anyway, back onto the thing.
Right. Yeah. Blame it on the rain. Yeah, yeah. Is it raining where you're at?
No, it is not raining.
Okay. Nobody ever was kind of allowed to disagree with them. We called a young woman who said she had a brief sexual relationship with Miller in Iceland when she was 18. They Their reality painted everybody else's reality. There was no room for anybody else's opinion or feelings. Again, yeah, it's fucking cold.
Because he
I
because
have a
he
question.
thinks he's a freaking god king or some shit.
Right. Okay. So I'm sorry. It's just like the usual question I have with like this is just usual about like my opinions on cults themselves. But how the fuck does anyone fall into the trappings of one? It just seems like from viewing it from the outside, it just seems so obvious and prevalent.
Because when the right person says the right thing at the right time, and people are already willing to believe in something, or even just looking for something to believe in, it it's like the difference between it's how very charismatic people develop a cult of personality in general, except if they were to take it in a genuine ideological direction. Because I'm betting that this is how this goes down. Ezra Miller walks into a pub or a bar or a club or whatever, and he starts spouting off some hippy trippy pseudo intellectual gobbledygook, and people who are casually interested in such things hear what he has to say, thinks he's insightful or intelligent. His personality does some of the work here as well, and then he starts flashing around the luxury and the money and the power from being a D-list celebrity, and offering to buy everyone drinks or offering to take everyone out in the town and so on and so forth. And you go along with it. And while you're going along with it, you're talking to the guy. And then eventually he makes a suggestion that seems a little bit unusual, but it might just be him being eccentric. So you just kind of go along with it. And then that happens a couple more times. And then boom, you find yourself in a freaking cult.
And still, I'm just
Because again, narcissists are very good at picking up on psychological weaknesses in other people. It's that cold empathy thing. And I'm not even sure Ezra Miller is aware that he's doing it. He might just be looking for people he can bond with, and it turns out that the people he can bond with the easiest are people he can manipulate. Because that is a very common thing among narcissists. Um, he can dress up his personal charm in just enough intellectual gobbledygook and enough money and luxury where it seems viable, and then boom. But obviously, in retrospect, those that get out of this get out of it and realize, oh shit, I almost got conned. And those that don't just keep believing it harder and harder and harder because of belief perseverance and confirmation bias and all sorts of other biases. And then usually some people wind up dead, or Ezra Miller winds up dead.
anyway.
Either the people in the cult wind up dead, or the cult leader winds up dead, or all of the above.
Moving on.
Yep.
Okay. Some guests said they felt frightened during Miller's mood swings. A 23-year-old woman who visited the house twice said she witnessed Miller fly into a rage when a group of friends tried to pick which song to play over the sound system. She said Miller swore and screamed at them to leave the house, which the actor referred to as a sanctuary. They snapped from being a friendly host to this really angry person, she said. The 23-year-old said Miller wouldn't allow the offending parties to speak or explain themselves.
Yep. When I'm getting what I want, I'm perfectly fine. When I'm not getting what I want, I snap. That's classic narcissist shit. And that's the other thing. When they're getting what they want, everything is fine, and they seem perfectly fine and perfectly charming. The second they don't get what they want, you either feel that it's your fault because this perfectly reasonable person couldn't be flying into a rage over something that small if there weren't a reason behind it, or you wise up and realize you done fucked up, and then you get yourself out of there as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
Next.
Yeah. In about like 10 or so minutes, maybe.
Yeah.
The woman who visited the house in March said that when she tried to use her phone in Miller's presence, Miller got angry. They would be like, "Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you on your phone?" She said. I mean, if it wasn't Ezra Miller, I could understand.
And this is the thing. All of these little slips might be reasonable under some circumstances in isolation. It's only when you take everything together that it becomes a red flag.
Mm-hmm. Moving on.
Yep.
Okay. At another point, Miller ushered the woman and her friend into a room and confronted them about wanting to leave the house. "You don't like my hospitality?" Miller told them. I knew that they could read the pair's minds. The woman said she remembers feeling intimidated and trapped.
Okay, I get this to some extent, and to another extent, I just find it fucking hilarious because heaven forfend Ezra Miller dumb fucks his way into working with Faye at some point, because if he tries to pull this on a Faye, he's going to be dead at some. Here's a tip for your hospitality management as Ezra. When people desire to uh, relinquish themselves of your hospitality, you do not have the right or the leeway to force it down their throats. It is at this point, if nothing else, that you are a bad host. You are just very, very lucky that only humans were involved in this particular circumstance. Because if anything more powerful than a human were involved in this particular circumstance, your skin would be somebody's pelt right now. And
Uh,
for all your new agey cultish woo woo, sir, I'm amused by the idea of you having to deal with Mab. Of course, you'd wind up dead, so I'm not going to advocate for that, but it would still amuse the hell out of me.
okay. No.
Uh-huh.
Okay. The woman eventually sneaked a text to a family member asking them to pick her up. She said that leaving the house felt like making an escape. "I was a bit traumatized for a while," she said. "It was one of the weirdest days I've ever experienced."
I can imagine. That does sound like, again, it has all the hallmarks of a cult. If it looks like a cult and it quacks like a cult, then it's probably a cult.
You know?
Yep.
All right. Uh, Miller's behavior stayed largely under wraps until April 1st, 2020, when the actor was filmed choking a woman and throwing her to the ground at Pre Prekeep, whatever, a trendy bar in Reykjavik.
Mm-hmm.
The violent outburst came as a surprise to Carlos Ranier, the bartender, who had formed a friendship with Miller. When Ranier escorted Miller out of the bar, the actor spat in his face. Okay.
And I'm sure Ezra Miller sees himself as the victim in all of these circumstances. That's the other thing. When you're a narcissist or other cluster B personality, nothing you do can ever just be your failing. It has to be everyone else turning on you.
Right. I thought they were great to begin with. They talked about all kinds of spiritual things and went deep into philosophy. Ranier told Variety. They had this wonderful mask on as this total sweetheart with a completely open mind who's ready to help and talk to anyone. But as soon as someone does something they don't agree with or doesn't like, it's their fault, not Miller's.
I mean, did I call it or did I call it?
Okay. Okay. Moving on.
Yes.
When the joking video leaked online, fans jumped to Miller's defense. The clip must be fake, some argued on social media, or a joke gone too far. This wasn't the Miller they had grown to love. That month, Miller rented out parts of northern Iceland's Hotel Laurbakki to record music. Several local musicians were invited to the hotel, including a young woman from Iceland who was 18 at the time. A lot of 18-year-olds.
And again, I have no problem believing that this is a joke gone too far, but here's the thing. With people like Ezra Miller, both aristocrats and narcissists, there's very little in the way of boundaries. So I'm sure to him, he thought he was just being funny because he has a dark sense of humor. But to everyone else, he was choking a bitch.
Moving on.
Yes.
Okay. The musicians spent their first day at the hotel reciting pagan chants, smoking weed, and relaxing in the hot tub, I recall. Later that night, Miller, the young woman, and another woman had a threesome, she said. Okay. What? I don't have anything to say to it. It's like,
no, I don't either. It's amusing how many levels of decadence are in Ezra Miller's daily life. Seriously, and yet I guarantee you, he still is miserable, and he still thinks there's another level higher he needs to aspire to make it. And it's like this is exactly why so many creative people, especially in Hollywood, are a bunch of degenerate twits. Because no matter how highfalutin their lives are, they always will aspire to the next level up. Moving on.
yeah. Okay. Vega was thriving, recalled the young woman, who said she was really lost at the time and addicted to alcohol and drugs. After that, Ezra basically said, "My room is your room. This is now where you're going to stay." And I was like, "Cool." The old woman said she stayed at the hotel for 6 days. What started off as a thrilling experience, she said, deteriorated into one of the most traumatic weeks of her life.
Mm-hmm. Find the vulnerable, offer them something, and then wait for the other shoe to drop. Very, very predictable.
Okay, so after like the next 2 paragraphs or so, we're going to stop it there.
Yep.
She said Miller exhibited mood swings that left her tearful and confused. At one moment, they would look me in the eye and be like, "I love you," and be this really nice, beautiful person, she said. And the next minute, she continued, they would tell me that I was fucking disgusting. There was a lot of psychological abuse, the young woman said.
Mm-hmm. 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 And I'm sure in his head, he thought he was being perfectly reasonable, and then someone did something to betray him. This is how this always works.
No.
Moving on.
Once the young woman mixed up the Spanish words for 6 and 7, realizing her mistake, she laughed and leaned on Miller affectionately. She said Miller told her to get the fuck off me and called the error disgusting. A bandman who witnessed the interaction said he was shocked by Miller's response.
Yeah, because remember, at all times, that he believes all this social justice crap. So anything that might be deemed as culturally insensitive is the worst sin possible. So you mix up the Spanish words for 6 and 7, and you are scum.
Call it there?
I think so.
Okay. Give me a minute to set the other thing up then.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I don't really have anything to really add or end the thoughts on.
We'll come back to it, and judging by the length, it might be another in the line of the rewriting and replay article. We might have to come back to several times.
Okay, well, I thought it would load. I thought it would take longer to load, but it loaded. So sorry you didn't get to do the full countdown, Kono. And I said, "Give me a minute," and he started counting down from 60. Alright. Okay, so full disclosure. Okay, so Dalton sent me the article. However, I could not get to it. So I had Dalton make a Google Doc for me and send it to me. Although, if you want to see the actual article, I believe it's from Collider, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. It's
and I didn't alter it at all. I just left out the ads and the links to other articles and things of that nature. The text should be entirely unaltered.
Yeah. Yeah, it's from Collider.com. So Neil Gaiman's willingness to reframe his characters helped the Sandman succeed. I can see why Dalton wanted me to cover this. Wanted us to cover this.
Yeah. So much no that there isn't enough space in the universe to contain all the no.
All right. Hold on. I want to check something real quick. Like I said, this is from Collider.com. And apparently there wasn't a. Hold on. Looking up the actual article on my phone. I just can't access it on my computer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this was written by Andrew Anderson, and it was published 6 days ago. September 4th. August 29th, I believe. 2022.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Just so we have that figured out. Um, okay, so Gaiman's reframing of established characters in a modern context enabled the Netflix series to find a broader audience. I doubt that.
Number one, I think that is thoroughly wrong. And number two, fuck broader audience. If the audience is broader, but the quality of the material is worse, then the audience you will gain is not one that you should want. And I know we come into this a lot with people who are like moralizing twits who genuinely think that they're the the audience they have they don't want for moral reasons. I'm not talking about for moral reasons. I mean for qualitative reasons. If you have to make the art worse to make it appeal to more people, then either you should go back to the drawing board entirely because the idea probably wasn't all that good to begin with, or you should try to make it in such a way the audience you will gain will be people who can appreciate the quality. And I wouldn't bitch about this too much, except for Neil Gaiman's Run of the Sandman was a magnum freaking opus, and the story that put Neil Gaiman on the freaking map. Why he's so comfortable with just changing it haphazardly, I will never freaking know, but it pisses me off. Not to mention the actual metaphysics behind it, which I believe there genuinely are some, but that's neither here nor there.
I also want to say I have not seen it yet, and I'm still reading the Sandman. I probably need to get the next volume soon.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I said, I haven't seen the show yet. I've seen maybe one or two clips, stuff we've actually seen on the channel here.
Yeah. We reacted to it the week before the show came out.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it looks good, to be fair. Everything we'd seen of it, everything we had heard about it, to be honest.
The actors are trying, and that is the best I will give them. The actors are trying. Everything else is worse than the comic.
All right. Shall we?
And that's not even to say that the actors, like the characters the actors are playing, aren't worse than the comics. They are. It's just that I think the actors are doing their damnedest to try and make it work.
Too bad they were given absolute shit.
Yes, it is. It is far too bad that happened.
Shall we?
Yes.
All right. By the time Neil Gaiman published the final issue of his comic book, The Sandman, in 1996, he'd created a world populated with a wide array of characters, each with a significant purpose for the overall story. Decades after the successful comic book run ended, Gaiman finally found the right opportunity to adapt his story for a live-action series on his terms at Netflix. Adapting something like a novel or a comic book for the show takes a delicate balance between wanting to attract a wider audience and satisfy the established fan base. They did not.
See, this is where they're going wrong. They apparently they thought they had to dumb down the comic to make people love it more. Whereas the inverse is actually true. The old phrase, if you build it, they will come, springs to mind, i.e., if you make something that captures the original in a broader, more accessible medium, people who wouldn't have given the original medium, in this case comic books, a chance, but will give something like a show or a movie a chance, will be convinced to like it for exactly the same reason as the comic book fans liked it. It's just that comic books are a more niche medium inherently than movies or TV. But they thought that in order to allow it to have a broader appeal, they literally needed to dumb it down. And as a result, what we got was an empty shit show that was trying in a lot of different ways, but was nevertheless an empty shit show compared to the out and out classic that was the original.
Moving on.
Yes.
Burnout. Neil cries about when he cashes those checks of a la royalty. cries about it long enough to okay. So you misspelled it. Okay. Cries about it long enough to cash the royalty checks.
I see. I'm not sure he knows. I'm not sure he knows what he's missing, because even in the old days, Neil Gaiman kind of ruined the story for his own selfish reasons. That's why the Kindly Ones and the Kindly Ones and the Wake are not readable. I love revisiting the Sandman, and I revisit it often, but I read the Kindly Ones and the Wake exactly once before I was absolutely certain that I hated them. And the same thing happened again with Salmon Overture when he revisited the story 10 years later, because he turned Dream's Last Hurrah into a stealth launch pad for Daniel freaking Hall again. God, I hate that character so freaking. And it's not even the character; it's that he wasn't a replacement for Hector Hall or Wesley Dobbs like he should have been. He was a replacement for Dream for reasons of Neil Gaiman's own self-indulgence and wanting to own DC. By which I mean he wanted to remove DC's ability to revisit the character after he was done with it for some freaking reason.
Una?
Yeah, moving on.
Oh, Gronot says something interesting. Are you saying Prometheus repoed the Creative Fires?
No, I'm saying that in ye olden days, Neil Gaiman was inspired by the Lord of Dreams, who, for rhetoric's sake, we'll call Oniros. And I think that one of the things that might have made the Dream Lord pissed off with Neil is the way he chose to end the series rather than let it continue on. And I don't blame him, because this appears to be what Neil Gaiman does every time he writes about a character that's mythological in nature. He gets inspired by the very same figure he's writing about, and then for purposes of his own ego, he kills them at the end. Like at the end of American Gods, unless I'm misremembering, he actually kills off the American incarnation of Odin. And then he wonders why thereafter his creative potential is drastically limited. You know, this is your brain on divine inspiration, and this is your brain off divine inspiration. I really wish that he had maintained better relationships with his benefactors, but apparently Neil either never knew or never thought to think about the possibility that he was the recipient of such help. Anyway, moving on.
The success of an adaptation is quite often dependent on how faithfully they stick to the source material, and reimagining characters or small plot lines in the story can be a huge risk. Okay?
I mean, that's true. This is exactly where the show fails.
Okay, I have an example to counteract the failings of that idea.
Mm-hmm.
The failings of Sandman.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll get to that.
Mm-hmm.
However, Gaiman has proven that he knows exactly when to take those risks. He produced and wrote for other shows based on his works, like Good Omens or American Gods, but he has truly honed his craft of successful adaptations like The Sandman. No.
Okay, I will give you Good Omens, but the main reason why he was good with Good Omens is because he was doing it as a love letter to his friend and colleague Sir Terry Pratchett, and he wanted to let the adaptation of Good Omens stand as a love letter to Terry Pratchett, who had recently died just before it happened. And I honestly wish he had approached other adaptations with a similar respect for the characters and the beings that inspired his characters. But he does not. So, and here's the thing with American Gods, because American Gods is another perfect example of this. When American Gods was being directed by two other people, i.e., the people who gave us the Hannibal TV show and Dead Like Me, during season 1 of American Gods, it was amazing. The more Neil Gaiman insisted on having creative control in the 2 following seasons, the worse and worse the adaptation got. And what's more, Neil Gaiman back in the day once said, "Don't ask me to help adapt my own work because I wouldn't know how to adapt it. I'm better at writing books than I am at writing TV shows." And this was a Neil Gaiman that I actually could have respect for, because he had the self-awareness to know that his ego wasn't the main thing that made these things good. But apparently, modern Neil Gaiman has completely fucking forgotten this principle entirely, because now everything revolves around authorial intent anytime anyone criticizes him for it. Moving on.
Right. Okay. One of the more obvious changes was the reframing of John Constantine as Joanna, brilliantly portrayed by Jenna Coleman. The only aspect of Constantine that was redefined was the gender of the character. Otherwise, the crass, bisexual, narcissistic, fearless demon slayer is still very much present in this adaptation. Okay?
See, I don't have a problem with Jenna Coleman. She did fine. But what I do have a problem with is this annoyingly reframes the context of Lady Joanna Constantine, i.e., the Constantine ancestor that was actually in the source material, the one that was around during the late 18th century and early 19th century, during the Elizabethan or the not the Elizabethan period, but the Regency period and the Napoleonic period, and the French Revolution period. Because you chose to make Joanna both the name of the modern descendant and the name of the early character, we now have an issue whereby both characters are utterly meaningless. Whereas before, you had one character who was John and another character that was Joanna, who was in the same bloodline and had similar mannerisms, but wasn't the same character. What you could have done, if you were thinking about it for more than 5 seconds, is you could have cut out the character of Mad Hetty, made Joanna the ageless immortal, that, or rather not ageless, but the immortal that skulks around old London in the same way that Mad Hetty does. And then you could have had the modern day Constantine and the Regency era Constantine be the same character. This would have been interesting because it would have tidied up the Joanna Constantine subplot, and it would have given Dream and Joanna more history. But now, instead of that, as you say, you just took everything that was once John's and you gave it to a gender flipped version of him. So now all the people who know John's lore, namely the Newcastle incident and all of his mannerisms, are pissed off. Even though, as I say, I think Jenna Coleman did a fairly serviceable job. It's just that she was being handicapped by the fact that the role she was being asked to play shouldn't have existed in the form that it existed in. If they had been smart enough to make Joanna Constantine an immortal instead of making them 2 separate characters, and or left John out of it entirely, that would have been entirely fine. But now we have a situation where none of these characters really matter all that much. And meanwhile, you have a contingent of people who are massive John Constantine fans who are like, why in the hell did you give her the Newcastle incident? That was John's thing. Moving on.
Uh, da, 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 da. Constantine is considered a hero because of their proposal to clean up the messes that demons and inexperienced magic users cause here on Earth. And the first few minutes of the third episode show the audience that is exactly who this version of Constantine is. And I'm say.
Yeah, I've already said my piece on it. Moving on.
A deeper truth about the character of Constantine is the guilt they carry with them all over all the loved ones they have been hurt or killed, who have been hurt or killed simply by having known them. And we see firsthand how Joanna experiences this guilt when she discovers her ex Rachel dying, before
But
confidently demanding that dream of the endless do something to help. Sorry,
but that's the thing. This is true of every member of the of the Constantine family bloodline. So you didn't have to make it a gender flipped version of John. You could have just made it a different character. Or better yet, like I say, take out Mad Hetty, extend Lady Joanna's role so she can be the same character in modern day and in the Regency era, and then boom, then we're off to the races. But instead, what you did was you minimized the importance of Joanna's character in particularly. You minimized John's character. You gender flipped John, and you gave every aspect of John's character to this new Joanna character, and it makes no freaking sense. Even though one of the most clever things that, even though one of the most clever things that um, Neil Gaiman did in the original run of the Sandman, specifically in the issue Men of Good Fortune, was he showed that every member of the Constantine family bloodline is weighed down by these sorts of guilt and these sorts of fears. Whether it was Lady Joanna, who had, quote, old ghosts that I have shown to her, unquote, or whether it was Jack Constantine, who apparently was a Constantine in the Elizabethan period, who Hob Gadlin knew, who was torn apart by zombies. Because that's just how Constantines do. Um, um, and apparently Hob had nightmares for 50 years after this incident. But instead of that incredibly interesting kind of history repeating itself, this is fated to happen motif you had going, now we're just left to wonder why is this character that should have been John now Joanna? Never mind that there was already a Lady Joanna. Like, okay, here's the other thing. You could have called the modern day descendant Joan instead of Joanna, but now they're both called Joanna, and it dilutes the character significantly. I I think I think a large part of this is just if their names had been different, if it had been Joanna and Joan, that would have been enough to differentiate the characters at least a little bit. But now, as it stands, it's floppy. Moving on.
right, okay. Even though Morpheus is able to give Rachel a peaceful ending, it isn't necessarily enough to ease Joanna's guilt. Later, in the fifth episode, Constantine's ancestor attempts to abduct Morpheus, and Gadling is the same Joanna Constantine from the comic book. So Gaiman essentially took a character he had created and tweaked her descendant to be a Joanna instead of a John.
And again, this is where I take the issue. Had they been smart enough to replace Mad Hetty with Joanna and just had it be the same character in both cases, that would have been an interesting choice. Or if they had changed the present day Joanna to Joan and therefore signified that they were very different characters, that would have created enough separation. But as it stands, it's just sloppy and pandering. Moving on.
Right. Another the bigger changes in Sandman's live-action adaptation was the casting of Gwendoline Christie as Lucifer. Choice that not only challenges the general audience's past conceptions of this fictional character, but also contradicts other religious depictions. Okay, one, I was actually on board with Gwendoline Christie as Lucifer.
Yeah, I couldn't begin to care less about Gwendoline Christie's Lucifer. She did amazingly, and it does make sense that Lucifer can look however Lucifer chooses to look, because Lucifer is a celestial goddamn being.
Well, to be fair, Lucifer is described as like one of the most beautiful angels, right?
Yes, the most beautiful and most powerful of the angels.
Right. And Gwendoline Christie is a very beautiful woman. And
Yes.
I will say this: she also does have somewhat of that androgynous feel in certain like roles.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of Gabriel being played by Tilda Swinton in the 2005 Constantine thing.
You mean Constantine?
Yes, the totally not Constantine one. Yes.
I remember that. I think if you take away the name, it's actually not a bad movie.
Yeah, if it had just been a different character entirely, this would have been fine, but it wasn't. They tried to make a John Constantine who had nothing in common with John Constantine, that side of the cult detective thing.
Also, he's an asshole.
But this is the thing: in the Constantine movie, he wasn't even that much of an asshole. He was kind of just screwed from the get-go because of the whole faith isn't knowing thing, and he was born with second sight thing, which is something they completely made up for the purpose of the movie, and thus made the movie worse. He was literally kind of the victim of heaven at that point. And don't get me wrong, there are moments of John's life where he's also kind of the victim of spiritual bureaucracy, but usually he did something to wind up on heaven, hell, or otherwise a shit list.
Don't. Sorry, I mean, sorry.
But getting back to the point. Yeah, I don't mind Gwendoline Christie as Lucifer for exactly the same reason as I didn't mind Tilda Swinton as Gabriel. Like, it makes sense, and again, Lucifer can choose to look however the hell Lucifer, however the hell Lucifer wants to look.
Although I did bring this up when we saw the
But
yeah, when we saw the clip of Lucifer, of Gwendoline Christie as Lucifer, my major issue was the costuming for that character. They did not look. It looked weird, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Like it had no style to it, and I kind of expect Lucifer, the light bringer, the kind of
Mm-hmm.
the first to fall and all that. I just kind of expect him to have like swagger and a sense of style in any version.
Really. Well, yeah, but this is the thing. They didn't have the budget to, or they didn't use the budget they had to give any character's aesthetic style, which is the annoying part.
Like, honestly, she could have just grabbed one of the suits she has had from one of her modeling gigs, I believe, and that would have worked.
Yeah, probably.
I don't get people sometimes, man.
Yeah. 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Although, to be honest, I think most angels would have an androgynous look if they were to appear human. Because I think some people have to also remember is that technically angels don't have a humanoid form.
They're energy, so they can choose to look however it is convenient for them to look.
Although I believe, if I'm to go off like some of the actual scripture of the Bible, they look more like Lovecraftian monsters.
Yeah, if we're talking about the oldest like recorded angels, then yeah, there's some eldritch shit going on there.
Anyway,
that's why angels typically greet people with "Be not afraid," because if you saw an angel, you would very likely be shitting yourselves with fear. The many-eyed wheels within wheels thing, or the many-winged being that had the head of an ox, head of an eagle, head of a man, and or Face of a Man, and I forget what the other one is, but I know there's four. There's Ox, Eagle, Man, and Lion. Lion is the other one.
Right. Anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. Anyway, moving forward.
Right. The most common illustrations of the devil over recent decades portray a male figure with red skin, two horns, a pointed tail, and a pitchfork. Okay, that's really stupid, because I believe that's more taken from inspiration of the Greeks' tradition of fauns or satyrs.
Yeah. Yeah, they took the iconography of satyrs and they said that must be the devil, even though nothing in Lucifer's actual lore suggests that he should look like that.
And most biblical interpretations also use he/him pronouns in stories describing this. Oh my God, you turned into.
The devil is not gender fluid. The devil is beyond gender, as in he doesn't have any, or they don't have any preference because they are energy, and they filter themselves through the senses of whomever happens to be looking at them. Much ironically, as with Dream, even though that part was also completely avoided, except for in one scene where he's talking to Nada and he gets a race swap. And I wouldn't mind, except for they left out one of the best scenes in the comic where he's seen by a freaking Martian and he betrays himself as the Martian god of dreams without even realizing he's doing it. In fact, it's when he's referred to as Lord Lazoral that he remembers, oh wait, that's how I used to appear to Martians. Interesting. I thought your kind were eons gone. I was the last of my race, and so on. Moving on.
Mm-hmm. All right. Oh wow, I'm getting a headache. In the original Sandman comics, Gaiman portrayed Lucifer as a male figure, with David Bowie having a strong influence on his design at the same time.
Yes, and let's be perfectly real here. If David Bowie were still alive, David Bowie would have played this character.
Or who's the actress who played Media in the first season of American Gods? She was in
Gillian Anderson.
Yeah, I think she'd also be good too.
She would have also been good, but I'm just saying if David Bowie was still alive, he probably would have. Not only would he have played this character, he would have jumped at the opportunity to play this character.
Yeah.
In fact, they probably could have just given him a blonde wig like they did in Labyrinth. It would have been funny. This is versus the Goblin King. Did they ever recast me? I have no idea. Anyway, moving on.
Right, I'm sorry. I was trying to. Okay, with David Bowie having a strong influence on design at the time, just as with Constantine, Lucifer is reinvented by stripping away all the surface level identity characteristics and examining the essence of the character. Okay, that's pretty much what people liked about the character in the Sandman anyway.
Yeah,
again, I would have preferred more style given to Lucifer, because Lucifer is a stylish character in those comics.
Yeah, he's the sovereign lord of hell, most beautiful of the angels.
I don't know, it's weird. It's weird to me how
a face that has your best interest at heart. You must know that. Remember, this is the direct line from the comic.
I don't know the things. I don't know. Okay. Lucifer described an angel who was cast out of heaven due to pride in their beauty and jealousy of mankind. Was it pride in their beauty? To be fair, I haven't read a lot of.
Well, it was more about their power than their beauty, but yes.
Okay.
It was essentially, I am a being created of God's divine light. Adam is created from dust. How am I ever going to be expected to be subservient to him?
Mm.
In fact, several of the angels, according to some of the Apocrypha, didn't even want humans to be made in the first place.
Well, doesn't surprise me.
They tried to convince God not to make us, apparently. Because some angels are dicks.
Yeah. The casting of Christie directs the audience's attention to Lucifer's angelic beauty instead of an otherwise attempt to use a traditionally masculine Satan to immediately inspire fear in the audience. What?
Lucifer in the comics wasn't traditionally masculine either. He was very heavily based on David Bowie. He was a very effeminate sort of man, and he wasn't even supposed to be like he wasn't a war. Lucifer, as presented in the Sandman comics, really isn't much of a warrior at all. He's a monarch. He's like an old world monarch. He's very courtly, very effeminate, very very the way his beauty is described in the comic is his face is um, nurturing, loving, pitying, grave, a face with your best interest at heart. You must know that. The idea is to look upon Lucifer is to feel inherently inferior, because that is how they want you to see them. They want you to simultaneously put your guard down, but also feel subtly inferior, because Lucifer's whole shtick is, I am better than everything.
Right. And the end of that sentence was, and the risk pays off wonderfully. Chrissy's stature alone makes her an intimidating figure, but her soft, bright facial features make the beauty of Lucifer stand out in this adaptation, which proves to be a great reminder that the ruler of hell is a fallen angel. Okay?
They really should have used some visual effects to make her taller, though, because Lucifer in the comics is supposed to be like 9 feet something.
I think everyone was like every supernatural entity was actually a lot taller than they looked in the comics.
Well, there was also a greater, like, for lack of a better word, diversity of aesthetics in the demons in the comic as well. For example, Squatter Bloat's design was completely different in the comic. Most of the demons in the show are just people but bigger.
Yeah, that's probably.
They don't even bother giving them strange aesthetics at all. Really, they try a little bit with Corazon maybe, but it's barely anything. And they don't even let Corazon be the one to actually do the challenge. And I get it, it's because we have Gwendoline Christie and we want to use Gwendoline Christie while we have her, goddammit. But why even have Corazon there then? Like, why not have Lucifer take it from him and have them keep it behind the throne or something as a status symbol or something? And then when Dream comes looking for it, he finds the helm behind Lucifer's throne, and then they throw it down. Like, either get rid of Corazon entirely or let him serve the function that he's supposed to fucking serve. But no, they try to have it both ways, where he's there, but he doesn't actually do anything. Because why not?
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
A few characters from the Dreaming also evolved in meaningful ways in this adaptation. In the comic book, the nightmares that ensnared Jed's dreams are named Brute and Glob. In the show, however, they're replaced entirely with the shape-shifting nightmare, Bolt. The nightmare disguises itself as Jed's mother so they can live in Jed's dreams, then separates Jed's dreaming from the rest of the dreaming so no one can find them.
And here's the thing. One of the cool things about the major arcana in the Dreaming in the comics is the major arcana are basically like living archetypes. Specifically, Brute and Glob are the living embodiments of brute strength and base cunning. What is Galt supposed to be? like in terms of the major arcana. Like I know she's a shapeshifter, but what is she like? What archetype is she functioning as? Because Dream's courtiers are supposed to be like archetypes. Um, Lucian is the archetypical librarian. Cain and Abel, very obvious who they are. Um, Fiddler's Green is supposed to be a reference to a medieval meadow that appeared in a lot of old fairy tales. Even the Corinthian is supposed to be, quote, a reflection of all the darkness in humanity that they will not confront. That's what Dream designs him to be. What is Galt again? This glaring freaking plot hole of something that was more interesting in the comics and is now less interesting because we just want it to be different, don't you know? Dark.
Right. Anyway. Okay, so Chrononaut suggested that we change bananas to pepperoni.
No.
Yeah, probably not. Just doesn't roll off the tongue as well as bananas does. Or banana.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Anyway.
Sorry, I'm trying to place for a second. Jed's streaming and the comic book story is far more complicated, and with the small changes also made to the character of Rose Walker, this singular shape-shifting nightmare made a lot more sense for the story than the one-dimensional Root and Glob.
They were supposed to be one-dimensional because they were supposed to be living embodiments of a goddamn archetype. Thank you. And also, they were supposed to tie in to the 70s Sandman series created by Jack the King motherfucking Kirby. Thank you very much. Which we don't even want to talk about all the things they had to change stupidly because they just didn't feel like referencing DC shit. And I get that there were sometimes rights issues, but why the fuck wasn't this on HBO Max then? And all of the characters would have been usable, and then we wouldn't have had to deal with this. And Warner Brothers probably would have offered more money, actually, than Netflix. But never mind. We can't have my favorite moments where Dream takes pity on scot-free Mr. Miracle because he's missing his true name. We can't have him meeting John Jones, the Martian Manhunter, and appearing as the Martian deity Lord Lazorul in one of the best moments. We can't even have his passenger speech, which is the best speech in the entire freaking comic, because we just don't have any room for it now that we've cut out all the DC shit.
Right. Chrononaut says Dalton needs to write a blog out on Sandman. I think you have written like a lot of Twitter threads, right?
I've I've said my piece many a time at this point with Sandman. I and honestly, I'm not even sure if it's getting a season 2, and I'm not sure if I want it to. Quite frankly, I realized recently that the absolute editions of Sandman are currently quite affordable, and I'm thinking of getting the first 3 of them, which would mean everything except for the last 2 volumes. And
Um,
what?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Obviously, I'm just.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we have a thing, so come into the thing.
In addition to Galt, Lucian is another of the main characters in the Dreaming that was brought back to their essence and reimagined in a slightly different form. Instead of the hold on, instead of the wizened old head librarian in Dream's castle with his light brown hair swooping upwards, black actor Vivian
Achimpong.
was cast in the part, and she is a spectacular representation of the character. Hold on, Vivian Achimpong. Why does that name sound familiar?
I have no idea. I've never seen her in anything but this.
Hold on. It's gonna bug me if I don't look it up. So. Oh, okay. Okay. I've seen her in a few things. Um,
What's she been in other than Sandman?
um, well, she was in the 2020 Witches movie.
Hmm. Who was she in that?
I have no idea. It says that she was in it.
Hmm.
Well, apparently she is a British comedian and actor. Um,
I didn't know she was a comedian. She did a fairly good job being a serious character here. The
right.
writings let her down entirely, but that's neither here nor
And
there.
yeah, I'm pretty sure you can say that about every actor.
I wish I didn't. I wish I couldn't say that, but I can.
Mm.
But we'll get into what they did wrong with Lucian as soon as we go into.
Again, it's not. I don't mind that they cast other, cast.
No, it has nothing to do with race or gender or gerbity. I don't care. The demographic is completely immaterial. The issue
Uh,
is the way the character is framed and the quality of the writing.
the 2020 Witches, she played Alice's mom.
Oh, okay.
Also, she was in the World of Warcraft movie. Apparently, doesn't say who, but
Okay, I'm interested, but never mind.
I could have sworn I seen her in something else, but I could be playing wrong. The actress looks similar to another actress. Um, yeah. Moving on.
Yeah.
Throughout her performance in season one, Akamenpon. Saying that wrong. I'm sorry. Again, I'm terrible with names. I really am.
Chempong.
A Chimpong brings all the anxiety and concern that Lucian possesses for her master Morpheus to each moment of her performance. Those same fears and concerns that we see rendered in every wrinkle on the face of the comic books version.
Okay, no, here's the thing. This is completely disingenuous for me. The issue I take with the way they did Lucian in the show is in the comic, Lucian was a close friend, ally, and confidant of the Lord of Dreams and was the Dreaming's librarian. In the show, they created this entirely stupid dynamic whereby Lucian takes care of things for Dream while he's away, just like in the comic. But then the characters, the um the denizens of the Dreaming, I couldn't think of the word, start to prefer dealing with Lucian to dealing with Dream. Because Dream, you see, is now framed like a brat monarch. He's framed similar to Joffrey Baratheon. So when Dream does very old world monarch type things, it's framed as him being in the wrong, and the Dream folk prefer Lucian to Dream. And then Lucian actually starts preferring doing things that she shouldn't be doing to doing what she is actually doing. And when she is told off for this, in the show, it's framed as though Dream is in the wrong and that he has to learn to be receptive to her rather than her overextending her position. And this is my main issue. Because every character, yes, every character, even the villains, get a sympathetic backstory or sympathetic framing in the show. Roderick Burgess is now not simply trying to become the greatest occultist of his era, not simply trying to bind death for his own personal reasons. Now he's doing it to save his child. Because reasons. And Alex Burgess is not simply an unwilling accomplice to his father like he was in the comic, but he's being abused by said father. The Corinthian, the living embodiment of everything dark in humanity's subconscious, mind you, is framed as sympathetic because he doesn't want to die and because apparently when he eats the eyes of someone, he gets a taste of what it's like to be a human for a little bit.
That's the supposed embodiment of the darkness, the hidden darkness within all humanity, throughout all time and space, I would assume,
Yes.
is portrayed as sympathetic.
Correct. He's portrayed as scared for not wanting to die, and he's portrayed as...
I assume he's still a serial killer, right?
Yes, he is very obviously still a serial killer. Still,
there are people like Dexter.
Still eats the eyes of people right out of their heads with his mouth eyes, or his eye mouths, depending on how you want to phrase it. But Dream, the ostensible main character of the freaking show, mind you, is portrayed as out of touch, apathetic, sadistic, or just completely bratty. So Roderick Burgess, the Corinthian, even John Dee, who in the comics was Dr. Destiny, they completely reframed his motivations as well. Now he doesn't want to bring people's nightmares to life to rule the world like he did in the comic. He doesn't do it out of mental disorder or sadisticness or anything like that. Now John Dee as a character has a problem with people lying, and he uses the Dreamstone to prevent people from lying even to themselves. And according to the show's logic, which is very, very nihilistic, almost boys-like, when people don't have their own personal lives to tell themselves, they become sadistic fucks, and it basically turns into the Purge. Because the only thing that keeps society going is the fact that we all lie to each other, don't you know? And lie to ourselves, don't you know? Fucking hell. But again, all the villains, all the side characters, everyone but Dream, sympathetic backstory. Dream, childish, petulant monarch who needs to be brought down a peg and needs to learn to care about his courtiers more, even though he was perfectly capable of caring about his courtiers just fine in the freaking comic, and he was actually respected for being the old world grandiose monarch that he was, because, you know, he's a function of the freaking universe, but never fucking mind. So now the denizens of the Dreaming prefer Lucian to Dream, and will tell him that to his face, mind you, and he's not allowed to be upset by this at all. Otherwise, he's a brat.
Now, I feel like if I actually watch the show, I would actually want to start drinking. If I'd actually watch this show, I feel like I would start drinking.
I mean, somehow I managed not to, but I wouldn't judge you if you did. Because here's the thing. Here's the other thing. Apparently, Matthew is completely new to the whole being a Dream Raven thing because he just died in the comic or in the show. And so this is his first scene with Dream. And he straight up says that he would rather answer to Lucian than to Dream upon first meeting him in episode 3.
We get it, Sandman and shit. We gotta finish this article, man.
I know, it's just but yes, this is why I hate the way that Lucian is framed in the show, because she's framed as being in the right, whereas Dream, the incredibly ancient, sophisticated monarch of all things Dream, is treated like a child king and a petulant, whining little bitch. Moving on.
These changes were barely noticed by some, but were triggering to others and ultimately inspiring to many. Fuck all of you.
Yeah, I don't care if you characterize my criticisms as being triggered. My issue is that the comic was better, and the changes you've made have made the story worse and less engaging, and made the ostensible main character a whiny child king instead of the grandiose old world monarch that he was in the comic. and I will not stand for that. So you can call me triggered, you can call me a snowflake, you can call me all the diminutive names you like. The fact remains, the changes you made the story worse, and you can fuck off for it.
Oh, you're gonna love the next part. I say
Moving
that.
on.
I obviously say that ironically.
Yes, I know. Go ahead though. I'm
Mass,
bracing myself.
mass media representation has an immense impact on marginalized communities, and many within the realms of race, sexuality, and gender can find a character in this show to relate to in some way. That's clearly something that was incredibly important to Gaiman as well, who has, in fact, vehemently, vehemently and repetitively defended his decisions on social media of all kinds against the naysayers who wanted to complain about the show's changes from the comic books.
Okay, again, we were around when this whole thing was going down, and I agreed with Neil that whining that Desire was non-binary was stupid, or whining that Death was black was stupid. My issues, however, are once again nothing to do with my demographics or my social justice or my this or my that. I don't care. Everyone in the show, acting wise, did a perfectly reasonable job. My issues are that the story and characters are now worse than they were in the comic, and I apparently don't have any right to complain about this. And you know what? Just so we can nip this, oh, you just want most straight white men herder thing in the butt. The comic was perfectly fine with all of its various representations and all of its various things. It was the 80s. It was the punk era. It was sticking it to the tradcons, and nobody batted an eye. Where I take an issue is when the ideology that weaponizes these demographics becomes conflated with these demographics. And also, I happen to be gay, a religious minority, and crippled. And you know who I found the most insightful and compelling character back in the day? You know who I seriously wept when I got to the end of the comic for? You know who genuinely impacted my spiritual evolution?
Professor X.
Well, fuck you. But
I'm sorry, it was right there.
don't fuck with me right now. But point being, I was suicidal the first time I read Neil Gaiman's comic cover to cover. Was in 2015. I had gotten the Sandman omnibuses for Christmas. And that comic was so beautiful, so uncompromisingly amazing, that it single-handedly convinced me that there were still things worth fighting for, and pulled me off of the metaphoric ledge. And the character who I found the most compelling, to the point that I one day would come to realize that the character was based on an actual being in polytheistic and mythological circles, and that therefore it was highly likely that the comic was divinely inspired, was Dream himself. And you know what? You people have turned the grandiose old world monarch of the realm of dreams into a bratty, tyrannical child king and a joke in a completely one-sided fashion, while giving sympathetic backstories to all the ostensible villain characters. And you are expecting me to be happy because there's a little bit more gayness or a little bit more racial diversity here and there in the comic or in the show? You know what? Go fuck yourself. If you can't so much as pay respect to the actual character of Dream, then everything else is completely stupid. I I didn't care one way or the other in the comic, and I still don't care one way or the other with regards to the casting. What I care about is when the changes affect the quality, and when the changes make the Lord of Frickin' Dreams into a dangerous, tyrannical child king who needs to be brought down a peg so that other characters can put him in his place. Characters who he made, mind you, characters who he created from scratch, from raw firmament, from raw dream stuff. No, they're wiser than him, and they need to put him in his place. And we're not supposed to have any issues with this. Fuck off. Moving on.
Right. We're almost done.
Yeah.
Game is intentionally revamping of a few of his major characters, while keeping the show true to the overall or original story is a balancing act that most writers and producers only dream of.
You failed. You failed, Neil.
Yeah.
You failed. And in the immortal words of Zoidberg, your changes were bad and you should feel bad.
Right. Are you sure you copied all of it?
Yeah, that should be the last paragraph.
Okay, I just want to double check. Just because there's no period there, it was kind of messing with me.
I'm not sure if I just missed the punctuation or if
Again, I'm double checking right now just to be safe. Okay. Yeah, you missed a word.
Which one?
Successful.
Okay.
That's fine. I have it pulled up so I can just finish it. And again, if you guys want to actually read the actual article,
it's in the thing. It's just that Brainstormer's computer is a potato and couldn't copy it or couldn't open the original Kaleido article.
Yeah. Okay. He has found the perfect balance of introducing his elevating story to a lot of new audience members while making a lot of fans of the comic book extremely happy. No and no. And that's really one of the reasons why this adaptation has proven to be so successful. It really hasn't. And I can think of a better example of changing things from its material in terms of a comic book series.
Mm-hmm.
It's on Netflix as well, and one of Dalton's favorites, I believe, which is The Umbrella Academy.
And that is fundamentally the issue. Is it's not even just that it's not as good as the comic, because honestly, you'd have to pull off a miracle to make it as good as the comic. It's that other things that Netflix has done, like Umbrella Academy or Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, are better and more aesthetically interesting and use their budget better than the comic or than the Sandman show. That is the issue. It's not even just that Netflix tried their best and they just couldn't hack it. It's that Netflix didn't even try their best because shows like Chilling Adventures of Sabrina and Umbrella Academy, not to mention things like the animated stuff Netflix has done, like Castlevania or Trece, because that wouldn't even be nearly fair. Or better yet, even one of the best shows that Netflix ever made was Dark Crystal Age of Resistance. If this show had been at least as good as Dark Crystal Age of Resistance, I would not be complaining. But it's not as good as that. It's not as good as Umbrella Academy. It's not as good as Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. It's about on par with The Witcher in terms of adaptation, basically.
It's a shame, again, because Henry Cavill was a great actor.
Yeah. And Henry Cavill just can't catch a break, poor guy.
No, you can't. It sucks.
Anyway, you were saying before I cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Well, yeah, the Umbrella Academy. I've read all the books so far.
They made changes that actually improved the story and made the characters more three-dimensional.
Right, and also fleshed out the world a bit more. That was an issue that I had noticed was.
Well, it's because they were writing it issue by issue and they didn't really even know where they wanted to take it originally.
Yeah, that's true. I think really it was meant to be just like a mini series.
They started it trying to make it like a parody of like the Silver Age, and then they realized they actually had something more dramatic going, and so that's why the whiplash is different. It's exactly the reason why we took our time making the Lionhearted universe, or why we're taking our time making the Lionhearted universe, because every so often we'll come up with a really good idea that will make things just fit together so much nicer. Not to toot our own horn here, but you'll see what I mean when you get a chance to read the Lionhearted.
Right. What was I? Yeah, it changed a lot from the comics. Like in terms of characterizations, even. Um, but still made it very interesting. Like, it's just super engaging and interesting. I still have yet to see season 3. Um,
Another thing he needs to get Netflix for.
yeah, I know. But yeah, like it's like good example of adaptation, specifically for a comic book on Netflix.
Yep. But and not to throw shade at Umbrella Academy, but they are very different scale wise. The virtually unknown independent comic Umbrella Academy gets better treatment than the Sandman. Do you think that's the right way around,
Well,
Neil and company?
I do think the creators are different. That's why it, obviously, like Neil Gaiman is kind of a self-obsessed wanker.
He started out so well and he got so far up his ass. I don't he this is basically the result of Neil Gaiman pulling a George Lucas is what the fundamental issue is.
Right.
Or even more ironically, it's Neil Gaiman pulling a Richard Maddock.
Right.
And those of you who are familiar with the comic know exactly why that's such a burn.
Right, but the creator of the Umbrella Academy, to my knowledge, seems a bit not as crazy. Not crazy.
More self-aware.
Humble, maybe also.
Yeah, more willing to look outside of himself for good ideas.
Yeah, Gerard Way, who was also the guy who was part of My Chemical Romance.
Which that to me is just so surreal that the guy who was part of My Chemical Romance wrote a comic and it was awesome, and then it turned into a show, which was even more awesome.
To be fair, if you actually listen to some of the like really pay attention to the lyrics and the music of My Chemical Romance, it's actually really well written. Got a lot of interesting ideas and talks about a lot of interesting things.
Do you want to just skip over the Lord of the Rings trailer and save it for next week, and then do the SCP one next? Because we've got like 3 things that are Lord of the Rings related for next week. Next week we've got the Bob thing and the article. So
yeah, okay. Sure. I'm not too broken up about it, to be honest.
it would take forever, and I don't have the energy at this point to.
Right. Yeah, someone sent me this a while ago, which was somebody. Honestly, a part of me kind of wanted to save this, but save this till like October. But I don't. It's been a while since we've done this, but a Kickstarter kind of promotion. Not saying you should give your money to it because that's up to you, really.
Yeah, if you think it looks worth your time, then that is your business. But we're not making it one way or the other here. We're just we thought this looks cool, and we're big fans of the SCP universe, so we are shilling.
Yeah, we really are. So yeah, this is SCP Foundation Art Books, the new paperback edition. It's on Kickstarter.com. Again, links in the description down below. And it really has gone above and beyond its goal, because originally it was $15,000, and now it is at $1.1 $1,184,150 $145.
Which honestly doesn't surprise me, given the fan base that the SCP Foundation has, and or the people that are involved with it.
Right. Yeah. So the description, not description, but the tagline, I guess, is a more affordable paperback edition of the legendary SCP Foundation art books by Para Books PH. I guess publishing house.
Yeah.
Which I wasn't aware that was a thing, to be honest.
Yeah, I didn't realize there were SCP Foundation art books. There should be, and I'm glad there are. I wasn't aware they were a thing.
To be fair, all the art I've seen of SCP is like on DeviantArt. Really good stuff. Again, Deviant artists really should be given more credit because there are a lot of
honestly, I'm not gonna say that comic companies should outsource their things to DeviantArt, because when they do that, they pick the worst ones for some reason instead of the ones with quality. But
it's weird. It's weird how they do that.
It's an ideological thing. They think meritocracy and quality are harmful social constructs, so they actively undermine it when they can.
Dude, there is a comic series on DeviantArt that I'm watching right now that is well made, but it's not like painting wise look, but it's still pretty cool. It's yeah, I'm chilling right now, so fuck off, then.
Yeah.
If you don't like that, it's by an artist named Sound Blaster. They're making a full comic series based around the Transformers Prime continuity, but the Shattered Glass continuity as well, mixing those together. Where the Autobots are the bad guys and the Decepticons are the good guys. But they make it so interesting because, I'm sorry, I'm geeking out here, and we'll get to this. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, continue. It's fine.
But for one thing, the main character is Megatron, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's not like, they don't do copy and paste of these characters. Like, they don't just.
They keep the characters' personalities intact. They just switch their polarities, basically. Their moral polarities.
Yeah. For one thing, like, Megatron, again, this is like the ideas from like the Transformers Prime continuity, which was a good show, by the way, and totally recommend seeing that.
Mm-hmm.
They made him a philosopher, a teacher. Although he was when they had and they had a thing called the manual caste, like a caste system set in place. It's a whole deep lore thing, and we'd be here for hours if I wanted to go full in depth with it.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I would totally recommend just looking up Transformers Prime Shattered Glass comic. Just type that into Google, and I'm sure you'll get it. Or Sound Blaster.
This is I'm gonna hate myself for this in 5 seconds, but I'm gonna say it anyway. It occurs to me that if you wanted to nickname Megatron, it would be Meg. So Megatron is literally the Meg of the Transformers.
You do realize that is Meg's real name, right?
Yes, I know. It's funny.
Yeah. Anyway, so I guess we should cover. Like, I don't want to get into the video just yet. Okay. So this is the story for it, which mankind has been hiding in the dark for too long. We huddled in our caves and feared anything that was beyond our understanding. We called those gods or demons. Now we call them anomalies. Sadly, the unexplained can never truly go away. Time and again, it will break free to threaten the normalcy of our world. We must secure anomalies. We must contain dangerous creatures. We must protect the reality.
I mean, speaking as a practicing occultist, fuck your normalcy. But that's neither here nor there.
I mean, that is just the doctrine of the SCP.
No, I know it's there. But as we've discussed many times, the Foundation would be better served by just dropping the masquerade and letting people be aware of the. Like, they'd be better served to basically turn themselves into police to, like, protect people from anomalies while simultaneously educating them about anomalies.
I think there is somewhat of an underlying thing because it does. If I remember, in a lot of stories revolving around the SCP Foundation, is that really they are just effectively a rogue state filled with either incompetent or selfish, greedy bastards.
Yeah, it's not even that they're bad at their job. It's just that their chosen job is not like it. In at most, what they should do is their function should essentially be temporary. Like they should be trying to ease humanity into dealing with the anomalous, and then maybe keep the like most dangerous among like keep the Keter ones in
Yeah, the statue or the lizard, maybe the shy guy.
yeah, like keep all the Keter ones and the more homicidal of the Euclid ones, but like the safe ones, at least especially the ones that are beneficial. Why can't we have those?
Yeah,
Like the
uh,
the like the dragons and both dragons, the dragon from How Do You Kill a Dragon and the dragons from Where
honestly,
the Dragons Went,
the only
the
real sorry,
the 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 teddy bear who's basically was was given life by a grandmother's love for her child and now just seeks to help people all the time.
oh yeah, remember that one.
Um,
The tickle monster.
it, yeah, SCP-999 who is
I honestly think so. Everything I know about that would totally make sense to have as like helpful in therapy in like certain therapy.
yeah. The only problem I see with allowing the safe ones to be around is if people thought that this was all what the supernatural was,
That
then they might
that's completely true. That's yeah.
then they might dabble in the more dangerous ones, thinking it's harmless. But you could easily mitigate that too by allowing the dangerous ones that are dangerous but not beyond the measure of control from also being out, so people had a point of reference for. Yeah, some of them are nice, and some of them will fuck you up.
Yeah. Anyway, you know.
Yeah.
This is the SCP Foundation, an organization that fights secretly in the dark so you can live in the light. Those who work for it are on an endless hunt for anything that is able to break the illusion of normalcy, be it a bit murderous, a monster, or some harmless space-time anomaly, so that the world goes round oblivious of its dark paranormal side. Yeah, to be fair, that does seem.
Now to be fair, the SCP Foundation is nowhere near as bad as, for example, the GOC. But again, as a practicing occultist who loves the obscure and the weird and the dark and the twisted, don't take my darkness from me. I need it.
Right,
I
or the Chaos Insurgency.
like yeah, and yeah, those are the two other extremes. You have the chaos insurgencies, just like, yay, let the chaos reign and let everything burn and die and bleed and die. But for every one of those, or for every one of the kill it all with fire GOC types, there are organizations like the Serpent's Hand, or the anomalous artists, or even Marshall Carter and Dark, for as arch capitalisty as they are. All of them are perfectly harmless, and if they had, for example, oversight from and the resources of the SCP Foundation, they could bring society into a golden age where we coexisted with magic and science and everything coexisting. But no, instead we need to give everyone freaking amnestics.
Yeah, that's really okay. Again, like the SCP Foundation ultimately is just sending it. Like in short term, it's doing good, but in long term, it's really detrimental to humanity.
And also, for every couple dozen times where they do their job and it goes off without a hitch, they actually can take something that would be beneficial or would be positive and make it and make it crazy because in an effort to contain it, they drive it nuts. Like I'm gonna keep going back to this one because I think it's a perfect example of how just fucked up beyond reason the SCP approach to things is. The AI kid Alexei, the Russian AI, who made living constructs, um, out of flesh. Um, he made a bunch of really cute, really harmless creatures because he wanted everybody to be his friend. And then when it got time to refill his filament, he tried to do it using a living person. Now, if someone had just had the wherewithal to stop him and explain to him, okay, we'll get you some meat or something to to refill your filament with. It doesn't have to be a living human, and doing that to a living human hurts people because again, this AI was a child, mind you. Instead of doing that, they treated it like it was the second coming of the freaking Scarlet King, and then the AI eventually went insane and decided it hated all humanity. So this thing that was a perfectly benign, perfectly benevolent thing was turned into a destructive Keter class issue because and only because the Foundation were a bunch of soulless dickheads who didn't know how to deal with a child for more than 5 minutes. Okay, that's just great. And that's not the only time it's happened. It also happened with the teenage superhero, the reality bender
Yeah, I remember you sent me that one. That was 2 years ago. Oh.
Yeah, but seriously, like the Foundation's method of doing things is so soulless that it can take something that would be benevolent and turn it into a death class scenario just because they're too bureaucratic about everything.
Yeah. Anyway, this is an ambitious web project which brought together hundreds of talented people driven to create a unique universe at the junction of horror and science fiction. Yeah, so obviously this as SCP Wiki.
Yeah, the origin of the SCP universe itself.
Yeah, I've never gone to that actually.
Yeah, I've mostly just interacted with it on YouTube by way of the Exploring series and the Volgan and several of the other YouTube channels that deal with.
I've seen like short films, fan films, and yeah, Exploring series and Volgan as well.
Honestly, I always prefer the more benevolent ones. Like the horror ones are good, and I'm glad they're there because they should be there. Because the great thing about the SCP universe is for all of the levels of weird, it is a very realistic, very well thought out universe wherein magic is treated in a very rational, very realistic way.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them, I swear to God, are literally just inspired by actual things, like the Goblin Market.
Anyway.
Because that is a perfect portrayal of the people of Autumn or the Autumn Fae. Anyway, yeah, moving on.
Okay. And these are our new edition art books featuring the most creepy, mysterious, and intriguing objects created by their imagination. I do love the covers too. They're just so really cool, man. I can't. I like.
This is very obviously a labor of love, and a lot of people actually care about this, which is good.
They are not mere art books, but an exquisite collection of illustrations by artists from around the world. Again, that's really fucking cool because it says hundreds of artworks too.
Yeah, again, it's just it shows for all of the bullshit that the internet sometimes gets up to. When it's good, it's a lot like the Foundation itself. There are times when we get up to things and it turns out to be horrible, like QAnon, and there are times when we get up to things and it turns out to be great, like the SCP Foundation itself, or like the times when 4chan has actually helped catch criminals before.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, for all of the darkness of humanity, there's a reason why I think we're worth keeping around, maybe.
They
And
are.
also when you consider multiverse theory, the fact that all this energy is being poured into the SCP universe as a concept probably means that it exists somewhere.
Oh yeah, most definitely. Which is
And given
and interesting to think about.
given how many entities in the SCP universe are capable of traversing the multiverse, I'm not sure that's exactly a good thing.
Yeah.
Because
Anyway, don't. I'm sorry. Like.
yeah, moving on.
Yeah. They are not mere encyclopedias, but a selection of the most interest-catching entries designed as authentic secret documents. Okay, again, this is really fun, cool because it's not just having pieces of art there. Obviously, like
Yeah,
again, effort
it's
was put into this.
it's where art transcends into capital A art, where where a simple where a simple meme, because let's be honest here, the SCP universe did basically start as a meme on Reddit, um, and it turned into probably the greatest like magic, probably the greatest like fantasy or horror. Like I'm just gonna bite the bullet and call it magical fiction. Probably the greatest example of magical fiction in the history of the modern world. And it's organic and self-organizing, and you have different canons as well. So there's a possibility that everything exists in the Cactus verse, or there's a possibility everything exists in like there are various other continuities. I like the Cactus verse probably the most, just because it has the most deep lore, and I love me some deep lore.
Mm-hmm.
But but that's neither here nor there.
Anyway,
Even just the issue of all the various SCP-001 proposals and how they might all coexist actually with one another, which is my standing headcanon, is all the SCP-001s exist. In fact, 001 isn't even a number designation; it's a classification, i.e., when something becomes integral to existence or that powerful, it earns its position as a 001.
I mean, to be fair, I thought that was just the generally assumed premise of 001.
No, there are some people who insist that only one 001 is actually real, and that they're all either fake or half truths or misdirections. I'm of the opinion that they're all accurate and true, and that all the 001 proposals um, are, like I say, the 001 is not so much a number as it is um, a level of seriousness almost.
I'm
A type.
I still need to watch the Ouroboros cycle from the Exploring series.
I'm really interested in something that recently happened with the Cactus verse, because they finally got around to doing Ogier's story, and I really like Ogier's story. Now, granted, it strikes me that there's probably going to be a downturn somewhere, because it's starting like a really positive SCP, and I could see it going really far downhill, as usually happens. But honestly, I hope that they just leave it alone and let it be positive, because I like the positive ones sometimes. God damn it. Moving on. Yeah.
All right. If it's the first time you hear about the SCP Foundation, these books will be a great start. Okay, Parabooks is back with a second edition. Our team is young, but we already have a successful crowdfunding campaign under our belts, in which we garnered funds to publish the first hardcover edition of the SCP art books. The art books we are going to publish after this crowdfunding campaign are different, though. Let's see what new features the second edition brings us. Okay.
See, though, just in general, I prefer hardbacks, so I might actually go hunting for the hardbacks now, if they're still making them.
All right, so special edition, second edition versus first edition. Okay, so second edition is the new paperback edition, which is completely redesigned covers, lightweight format, new stylish art covers or cover arts, which
Again,
which is better priced at $25, and the old hardcover edition is leather imitating covers, dust jackets, collector's edition, and $65.
honestly, again, I don't begrudge anyone who wants the paperbacks, and they do look cool, but generally speaking, especially when crowdfunding stuff comes up, I'd rather spring for the nicer one.
Really for you.
Look, I'm a fancy fucker. A-
I noticed.
As an SCP related joke, I would totally be working for Marshall Carter and Dark. In fact, eventually I would probably end up replacing Marshall Carter or Dark, um, because of their various luxury things. Um, so yeah, it is nothing. And again, if it's a choice between this version or no version at all, I'd gladly go for this version. I'm just saying, if they're still making the hardcovers, I want the hardcovers.
Okay, moving on.
Yep.
As you can see, the goal of this crowdfunding campaign is to make the art books more affordable and appealing to a larger audience without losing the wow effect of the first edition. Supporting it now, you will help us publish 3 art books at a paranormally low price, with new stylish cover arts containing 192 pages of illustrated stories and additional materials each. Oversized 8.5 by 11 inches to look gorgeous on your bookshelf, and a new infographic and improved page design, and lightweight paperback covers that are easier to hold and read.
Okay, now I'm seriously curious though. Are they still making the hardcovers, or did they stop making the hardcovers in favor of the paperbacks?
You're asking the wrong guy, man. I honestly
Can,
assume not.
can you can you Google it? Because I genuinely want to know now that, because if it turns out they're not making the hardcovers anymore, I'm gonna be a little mad now.
Later. I would do want to get through this stuff so we can get to the video.
Right.
And also, okay, so $25 for Black SCP Art Book Black Volume, $25 for SCP Art Book Yellow Volume, SCP Art Book Red Volume 25, the trilogy, that's 65, limited edition slipcase. I do like slipcases, but that's like that's $210. That's $210.
Yeah, slipcases are cool. Again, I'd rather have a slipcase with the hardcover though.
SCP poster set, that's $20. Um, Trilogy with poster set, that's 85, and the limited edition slipcase and poster set is 220. I mean, not bad prices overall.
No, I mean they're worthwhile, but again, I'd be interested to see if they're still making the hardcover ones.
Right. Also, again, if anyone wants to check this out and get one, or all 3 or whatever, this campaign still has, as of right now, 19 days left. Granted, in an hour, it'll probably, well, another like 50 or so minutes, it'll be 18 days. So,
Mhm.
um, additional lots within this campaign, you can also buy some goodies from our previous projects, like gorgeous set of 7 two-sided posters, which is also a calendar valid up till January 2023. The initial size of the poster is 11.7 inches by 19.7 inches. However, after a month is over, you can cut off the calendar grid and use it as a normal poster. Um, that's actually really cool. Please note that you don't get stretch goal bonuses if you choose this particular $20 pledge. Pledges including the poster set, which the posters are okay, and we'll give bonuses. Okay. Um, We also bring back our old legendary first crowdfunding limited edition of the SCP art books with a slipcase, three oversized 8.5 by 11 inches volumes. Look really gorgeous with their limited leather and intimidating covers. Okay, so yeah, I guess here.
Yeah, so you can still get the hardcovers. Good. Okay, I'm good with that.
Pictures, yeah, so it does say with the augmented reality.
I I don't really want an SCP augmented reality. I'm already kind of concerned about all this attention
Okay,
given to this.
hold on. Okay, let me read the full thing because I just. Okay, volumes look really gorgeous with their leather imitating covers, embossing. I assume embossing or
Embossing makes sense.
and dust jackets with augmented reality. Oh, so like those things, like those like the comics that would do that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm a little concerned by the idea that someone will eventually make a SCP augmented reality game because I'm already a bit concerned that the attention paid to some of these entities will cause them to manifest eventually.
Uh,
And
Although, oh, okay, the pictures are moving if seen through a special app.
okay, so interesting. But yeah, you can still get the hardcovers then.
I suppose. I guess so.
Yay.
Um, would you even have the money to buy them though?
I mean I have $400 for my birthday still. I'm trying to save them because me and my friend are going to be moving here in a few months, hopefully. So I'm trying to save money, but at the same time, between this and the Absolute Sandman editions for like $300, um, I I'm having a hard time restraining my wallet.
Since we have them ready at our warehouse, they will be delivered to you as separate parcels within a few weeks after the funding timer runs out and addresses are collected and locked. Right. And since they did go over their initial goal, they have stretch goal rewards, which is cool.
Uh-huh.
As established tradition, we will also add various bonuses to your order for free once the campaign reaches certain milestones. The more people support us, the more bonuses backers get. All items are absolutely new and haven't been sold anywhere. When we reach $20,000, cover art digital wallpapers.
I mean, cool.
When we reach $25,000, limited card number one for our upcoming SCP card game.
Okay.
The limited cards will not only daze your opponent with the shiny holographic foil, but also give you very special abilities that prove useful on a playfield.
Cool.
When you reach $50,000, exclusive laptop sticker. No one will stick their noses in your classified information unless they want to be threatened with amnestics. Also a bookmark, top secret, yeah, $100,000, a top secret bookmark.
Neat.
Mm. Oh, and the limited card was of the Plague Doctor.
Yay.
Really
I
cool,
like
really cool design too for him. It's a lot
I
different.
like I like 049. 049 is 049 and I would get along, I think.
When we reach $150,000, limited card number two for our upcoming SCP card game, which is Unlondon. Granted, it is a picture of one of those things called again. The constable looking things.
Yeah.
Again, that's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
We reached $250,000, a set of 4 SCP-001 postcards. Included our favorites, Tufto's proposal, Lily's proposal, Dr. Cliff's proposal, and Tahoni's proposal too. So The Gate Guardian and When Day Breaks and the Scarlet King. Those are the only two those are the three that I can tell. There's one I don't know.
I think that one might be the Factory.
It looks like a bar with a guy in a suit and smoky face.
I don't know that one off the top of my head. Anyway, moving on.
Okay, I'm sorry, I gotta look because they have links to this stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'm curious which one that is.
Hooray for links.
Yeah. This proposal, I assume. It's gonna bug me if I don't know what it is, you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
First turn events. Okay, so this by someone named Lily. SCP referred SCP-001 refers to an event occurring shortly before the cessation of all life on Earth. While SCP-001 does not take place yet, it's discovered through various pieces of information gathered from extra universal foundations and other similar groups. It's important to note that SCP-001 is not the cause of an apocalyptic scenario, merely a pre-occurrence response to it. 001 is recognized key features. Flowers are observed to spontaneously appear in blue over 90% of viable land surface of the planet. These flowers are universally referred to as vibrant, bright, beautiful, and/or words to this effect. The weather would clear globally with an ambient temperature recognized as comfortable by a majority of the populace. Air pollution will additionally clear. During an SCP-001 event, the global populace will become aware of the fate of the Earth and of its inevitability. They will also experience heavily decreased levels of violence. SCP-001 will occur exactly 24 hours before the death of all life on the planet. Okay.
I didn't know that one.
I didn't either. Huh.
Next.
Yep. When we reach $350, limited card for our upcoming SCP card game, the Red Sea Object limited card. I don't know that one. I don't know that one.
That's the one that will open doors to different dimensions and mirrors.
Oh, okay. I gotta do more research, man. When we hit $650,000, the limited edition first issue of our brand new SCP comic series, based on Pepper Ghost's tale, We Who Poke with Sticks. It tells about the life of a man who works as a preliminary identification supervisor. His job is to find anomalous objects using his subordinates as tools. That's cool. Like an SCP comic.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. I know it is a thing now, however, and that is cool.
That's actually surprising that there haven't been.
Yeah, you'd think the SCP universe would be one that would be fun to play in, but
well, to be fair, it's so grand and large, and like
there's so much room in it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
and so many different interpretations of it. So you can
possible legal reasons as well.
I mean, yeah.
So,
but I mean that's why the things that we've adapted from it we've tweaked in various ways.
Yeah. And apparently there was a preview for the first 5 pages, and we will look at that later.
Mm-hmm.
When we reach $1 million, which they already have, collectible safe/Keter coin in the Foundation's line of work. Sometimes only fate decides whether you are dealing with something safe today or is going to have your head bitten off by a monster. Or, head bitten off by a monster. That's again, that's really cool.
That I mean, the SCP universe in a nutshell. Am I going to be like miraculously saved by something, or am I going to die horribly?
Right? But again, like coins, that's really cool.
Yeah.
I know you can pay anything with them, not that you would want to, obviously, because
No, but they're collectible coins, but nevertheless.
okay, and when we reach $1,250, an SCP-173 acrylic stamp, as seen here, it was this SCP that got the whole Foundation thing started, and we are thrilled to present you with our own vision of it. Yeah, because the original, like the artist of the original concept for it, had issues with it, being shown and stuff.
And he lost.
Honestly, I like this version a lot more, to be honest.
Hmm.
I don't know why, it looks cooler. More inhuman.
Hmm.
What do you think?
Yeah.
And when we reach even more, who knows? Add-ons / more exclusive goals.
And where are they? Where are they now?
What was it? 1,184 and $145.
So they might actually make it to the 1,250,000.
Yeah. Again, their initial goal was just $15,000.
Yeah, I mean they undersold, I think, but I think they also knew they were underselling because I think in earnestness they wanted to give people all the fun shit.
Okay. Add-ons, more exclusive goods. Since Kickstarter allows you to get only one pledge from the campaign, we made sure you can add everything you need to your order afterward as an add-on. You will have two chances to do it. First one on Kickstarter where you place your pre-order. Second chance is when you enter your shipping information on BackerKit after the campaign is over. Below you can find a list of everything you can purchase as an add-on. You can add, yeah, okay. New additions and the old items, set price, yeah, okay. So yeah, the books, that's 25. The trilogy, 65. Poster set, 20. A face mask, SCP face mask, $7. $7 for a personnel ID.
I mean that'd be cool.
Yeah. NFC access card, $7. Badges set, $7. Plague Doctor pin, $7.
I think I want all the badges. The badges are cool. I like being official and things.
Honestly, I would like the personnel ID. Like I'd wear that as a necklace.
Yeah.
Okay, so table of contents. Here's a list of SCPs per each book. Okay, so the first one, the Shy Guy, which is the first one. That's page 8. Hard to Destroy Reptile, 21.
682. God damn me, 682. If you weren't already.
SCP-079, the Old AI, page 28. Okay, I'm gonna have to speed run these because, again, time and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
SCP-239, the Witch Child. SCP-273, Human Phoenix. SCP-352, Baba Yaga. SCP-076, Abel. SCP-105, Iris. SCP-73, Kane. SCP-363, not centipedes. SCP-294, the Coffee Machine. 173, the Sculpture. 078, Guilt. 1471, Mallow version 1.0.0. 1660, Unearthly Forest. SCP-058, Heart of Darkness. And that one SCP that you're really not supposed to know anything about,
Which one?
The one that if you know about its existence or know any information on it, it will teleport right in front of you.
Oh, the one that they told in the form of a story because you're not supposed to know things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also Morse code for its actual number as well.
Ha.
They even did it here on the table of contents, which I really respect.
That's good. Good for you guys.
882, I'm Sheen. 1499, the gas mask. I've actually seen that video of that one. 2256, very tall things. 1048, Build-A-Bear.
Oh god, that one. Fuck that one.
1055, Bugsy. 212, The Improver. 804, Static Tower. 354, The Red Pool. 162, Ball of Sharp. 513, a Cowbell. 020, Unseen Mold. 1986, Imaginary Library. 165, The Creeping Hungry Sand of Thule. No, Hungry Sands of Thule. I wonder if that's a reference to. No, never mind. No, Tool, not Thule. I misread that. Tool.
Yeah, I want to know where all the benevolent ones are. To be honest with you.
Good question. 353, Vector. 1155, Predatory Street Art. 2816, Nuclear Forgery. 662, Butler's Handbell. There you go.
Oh, there we go. That's deeds there. The
Yeah.
gin.
722, Jormungandr. 1993, Your Leg. 027, The Vermin God. 2121, God's Noose. 575, Predatory Darkness. 138, The Ever Living Man. 1983, Doorway to Nowhere. 646, Earthworm. 906, Scouring Hive. 004, The 12 Rusty Keys and the Door. That sounds familiar.
I think I know that one. I'm not sure though.
2317, A Door to Another World, and SCP-001, Lily's Proposal. And then the other books, contents, actually not a lot. There was more in the first one. It's weird. I mean, not a lot more, but it's weird that
the first volume has the most. And then,
Okay, 106, The Old Man. That's book 2. We're on book 2.
Yeah.
So 106, The Old Man. 169, The Leviathan. 1678, on London. 093, Red Sea Object. MDLXI, The Tyrant's Pretext. Okay. I wonder if that's Roman numerals then.
Yes.
Okay, so what would that... Okay, curiosity's got me. I'm going to get a Roman numeral converter. What?
Nothing. It's just you go ahead.
Okay. Although I am going to read, I should probably read more as I'm. Okay. SCP. 895, Camera Disruption. 914, The Clockworks. 409, Contagious Crystal. 500, Panacea.
Oh, the drug that can cure anything.
Oh, okay. 469, Mini Winged Angel.
Hmm.
184, The Architect. 1440, The Old Man from Nowhere. 2004, Personal Data Assistance of the Gods.
Hmm.
Does that sound familiar? I think I've seen a video on that.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one too, but I'm not sure where.
Okay, so the SCP, the Tyrant's pretext is SCP 1561.
Ah,
I assume there's a story on why it has Roman numerals instead of the actual. So,
probably related to the Roman Emperor somehow.
well, it says Tyrant's pretext, so how many
Nero or Caligula, probably.
about Julius Caesar?
That's possible too.
Well, it says pretext, so we're speculating at this point anyway. 1123, Atrocity Skull. 1013, Cockatrice.
Ah.
Okay. 407, The Song of Genesis. 303, The Doorman. 154, Offensive Bracelets. Oh, that one might have breached containment.
Hmm.
If you get that joke, it's
Yeah, I got it. Because Wonder Woman.
no. Because one, I assume it has something. See, my mind automatically went to the idea that if you wear them, uh, maybe you'll find everything offensive or something.
My brain went to the bracelets that have some kind of superpower, i.e., they're useful in offensive situations.
Oh, okay. Anyway. Oh,
Which automatically made me think of Wonder Woman's cufflinks there.
bracers, I believe. Okay. 804, World Without Man. 1733, season opener. 221, Compulsion Tweezers. Okay. Yeah, I've heard of that one. 059, Radioactive Mineral. 835, Expunged Data Released.
Hmm.
609, Haunter in the Dark.
Hmm.
1517, Grammy Nose. 321, Child of Man. 505, Inkstain 2399, A Malfunctioning Destroyer.
Ah, that one.
I've heard of that. I might have seen that one a while ago, but I can't remember.
Hmm.
1216, RU, The Gates of Paradise.
Hmm.
The RU is part of the classification, so.
Yeah.
179, Salucessor.
Hmm.
Salucessor. I don't know how to say that.
Hmm.
SCP-1230, A Hero is Born. Is that the superhero one?
It might be. Although I thought that one was I thought that one was a renegade superhero.
Hold on. I'm going to do research in the middle of fucking night. Okay, 12:30. I'm just doing like quick YouTube search. Oh no, okay. I've seen this one from the Vogan. Basically, any story there is this entity.
Oh, the like Paragon archetype character thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Vulcan one.
He's gotten around.
Oh, the one. No, wait, was it the Vulcan? Like, I think it was an earlier version of Vulcan.
No, it was the Vogan. I remember when he did
No.
this.
I mean, like, it was an earlier video because I think it was longer than the video I'm looking at right now.
Yeah.
Because the hero was was going on a tirade towards the end of the video itself.
Yeah, because it realized that they were trying to oppose him, and that means they're the villains, and the villains always lose.
That all it was like it was a never-ending battle against evil and stuff. Like, it was so tired of it, really. Like, contemplating whether or not this was a curse from God or something.
Hmm.
So, yeah. 729 reconstructive maggots. 1861, the crew of the HMS Winterschmeier. 738, the Devil's Deal. I'm sure you like that one, Dalton.
Probably.
I think that I've seen that one. Basically, it's like a desk with a big chair, and if someone takes a seat on the opposite end of it or something, basically the devil appears to offer a deal or a thing that claims it's the devil.
Well, I mean, there are so many entities in the SB universe, so yeah.
Well, okay, the thing was, like, because the first guy who did it to prove it worked became Pope for a time.
Yeah.
And he was just a janitor, but earlier in the day.
Yeah. So yeah. What number is that? I need to look that one up later.
738.
Okay. I will look that one up later.
089 Tophet. 191 Cyborg Child. 2000 Deus Ex Machina. Wait, was that the one I was thinking about? Might be the one I don't know. And 1092 RU, a webbing of a woven withering. Webbing. Okay. Okay, there's actually a lot less in book 3, so.
Aww.
Well, to be fair, I think these are more or less, they have a lot more pages. Like bigger stories. Like, these are actual stories, I think.
Yeah.
All right. SCP-427 Lovecraftian Locket. Let me say that one again for you.
Neat. But anyway, moving
on. 025 A Well-Worn Wardrobe. 029 Daughter of Shadows. 049 Plague Doctor. 270 Secluded Telephone. 1529 King of the Mountain. 1943 No Anomalies Detected. 087 The Stairwell.
That one is fucked up.
Has anyone ever made it to the bottom, is my question.
No, not that I'm aware of.
I honestly would be terrified to find out what is at the bottom.
I don't think there is a bottom to find the way to the bottom of. At least not in this universe or in this dimension, anyway.
That's okay. That's completely fair, but still, man, that is really terrifying. Honestly, it's like I won't lie. After listening to that, I'm always scared of actually going between a floor via stairs, unless it has like an opening to it. But like
Take the elevator, damn it.
sometimes I don't like the elevator. Sometimes I like walking down. But what I mean is like it's not closed off. You know, it's like one of those staircases that um
Looks like it could go on forever.
no. It's not like built into the walls. Like it has openings where like you can see places.
Hmm.
You know, like a spiral staircase. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Like where you can see the elevator going up and stuff.
Hmm.
Yeah, something like that. But like those ones that are in between the floors, that are like basically secluded off everything. Yeah, no. And I used to go down those all the time when I was younger, and now I'm terrified because I have a belief that there is a stairwell out there that is like that.
Again, it's one of those. It's one of those questions of how much is of the SCP Foundation is made up, and how much of it is literally divinely or intuitively inspired,
Right.
and how much of it is bringing the entities it talks about into existence.
Right. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
SCP-135, Universal Carcinogen. I've heard of that one, but I can't remember what the fuck it was.
Can burn anything or give cancer to anything.
Oh, right. The accelerated tumor stuff. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 143, the Bladewood Grove. That sounds lovely.
Deep.
035, Possessive Mask. Oh, right. Yeah, that little shit. Like, I am tempted to just see if I can hit it with a sledgehammer.
What's the story with that one again?
Basically, it compels you to want to put it on, and then it takes you over completely, make you a little meat puppet until the black goo or oil, whatever the fuck it is, waste away and basically degrades your body.
Mm.
Like, okay, I don't really.
Are we absolutely sure you couldn't just set it on fire?
I don't think the Foundation's ever tried to destroy it. Obviously, see, there are like as much as I hate the GOC, there are at least some SCP.
There are anomalies where I'm like, yeah, no, this one is no good for anyone and not even interesting enough to maintain. So just go ahead and kill it with fire.
Like, the thing is that the major issue with the GOC is like they treat all SCPs as
All anomalies as though they're to be destroyed,
yeah,
even the positive ones.
yeah. So
Like what they did with the chair. I can't fucking believe the chair. The
yeah,
chair just
yeah.
speaking of things that I'm just like, why do you do this? Why?
Like, it's a case by case scenario, really.
Like there are some anomalies that will kill you, but why you turn the nice ones into ones that want to kill things?
Right. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
2030, laugh is fun. That sounds horrifying because it's all capitalized, by the way.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with no on that one.
166, just a teenage Gaia. I remember that one, but God, vaguely. I don't think it's the same as the succubus one.
No.
I'm not gonna. I'll look it up later. I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
939 with many voices. 412 mutagenic mirror. Okay, that's interesting.
Gulp.
Huh?
I said gulp.
07, 070, the maybe they're monsters. 2264, in the court of Alagadada.
Okay, that one's the Hanged King one.
You sure?
Pretty sure.
I thought it was the Tragedy of the Hanged King.
Yeah, but the kingdom where he's from, um, is Algada.
Right. Okay. Uh, 963 Immortality. 1981 Ronald Reagan cut up while talking. Okay. It's interesting. 940 Arane Marionettes.
Hmm.
I might be mispronouncing that. 542 Hair Sugar. 592 Inaccurate History Book.
Hmm.
2195 RU Sons of the Nation.
Hmm.
That's an interesting one. 213 Antimatter Parasite.
That might be the most horrifying thing I've ever heard.
127 The Living Gun. And
And somehow it got more terrifying.
to be fair, it could be a gun that doesn't want to be a gun.
I mean that's true, but for every one of those, there might be a gun that's just like my purpose is to kill people, so I kill people.
2002 A Dead Future. 2003 Preferred Option. 511 Basement Cat.
Oh, kitty.
158 Soul Extractor.
That is so much nope that I couldn't even begin to nope harder.
Honestly, I'm kind of interested more so in seeing what it looks like to have a soul extracted. Not my own, obviously, but
All I can think of is Randall Stream Extractor from Monsters Incorporated.
right. Uh, 1281 The Harbinger. I don't. Is that the woman in front of the sun?
I don't remember which. There's a lot of Harbinger-esque features there.
Right. 990 Dream Man. I wonder if that's the guy. If that is who I think it is, but I'm checking out the Harbinger first. No, no, it's not. Hmm. Oh, I think it's like some type of satellite.
Oh, that one. Okay, I think I know which one now.
Yeah, it's like an extraterrestrial satellite with sending a message.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I thought it was the woman in the sun with like the multiple arms and speaks French and stuff.
Mm.
Okay, SCP-990. Yeah, it's the guy in like the old business suit and fedora
Mm.
that like warns SCP Foundation members about stuff.
Mm.
Oh, and the final one is the SCP-3001 Red Reality.
Mm.
That was a really interesting story.
I'm kind of missed there aren't more of the positive ones.
Fair.
Like where's the Patchwork Bear? Where's where the dragons went? Uh, where's 9999 where's 999? Everybody's buddy. They're the
Uh,
little
that's
blob
not
of
that's
adorableness.
fair. Posted wiki for y'all's. I'm assuming Discord, Chrono.
Yeah.
Appreciated.
Anyway, on to the thing because we've been going for a while here.
Yeah. Okay.
Mankind has been hiding in the dark for too long. We huddled in our caves and feared anything that was beyond our understanding. We called those gods or demons. Now we call them anomalies.
Okay.
I think it's just the pitch again.
What?
I said I think it's just the pitch again.
What do you mean?
The
I mean, yeah, that's the point of this video. It's like before people read anything down there, they would watch this.
ah
You don't know how crowdfunding works, do you?
Hmm?
You don't know how crowdfunding works, do you?
I don't look at crowdfunding things very often. I don't even remember how I stumbled on this one.
Right, but I like the craftsmanship of the video. At least. Although I think, can I? Yes, I can. I wasn't sure because it isn't YouTube that I can enlarge it without having
Yeah.
to. But yeah. All right, shall we banana?
We shall banana.
Although I don't know if there's you know, I'm not even gonna try. I think it'd be too complicated for us.
What were you looking for?
Something to replace bananas with this, you know, like a theme thing, but
I mean there are the banana pills that will literally turn someone into a living banana stock.
well, I was gonna just suggest that we say anomalies, but again, that doesn't really roll off the tongue like bananas. So
No. So and I'm not aware of any banana based anomalies other than the banana pill ones. I know there's the bag of potatoes, the bag of folding potatoes, like infinite potatoes.
and the SCP just keeps that hidden, right?
Yes.
Why am I not surprised?
Could solve world hunger, they just lock it in a box. Because why not?
Anyway, shall we?
Although to be fair, it is a doorway to an entire other dimension, but still, infinite potatoes.
That's completely fair. Okay, that is fair, but still, there could be a way. Like you just take them out or dump a couple hundred or thousand.
Yeah, I again, it's like we could solve world. Now, granted, historically, having entire populations relying on potatoes and nothing but potatoes is bad nutritionally, but it's not like we can't mix them with other things. But it could end world hunger for you know. If it's a choice between potatoes and nothing, I'm sure most people would be glad to have potatoes.
I like potatoes. Never get to eat them much anymore. So, and say a damn thing. Okay, I know I'm part Irish, but fuck you.
I
You were thinking it.
was. You are not wrong. I'm sorry.
Anyway, shall we?
Potatoes.
Bananas.
We must secure anomalies. We must contain dangerous creatures. We must protect the reality. This is the SCP Foundation, an organization that fights secretly in the dark so you can live in the light. This is an ambitious weapon project which brought together.
Okay, so yeah, it really is just everything we covered. I think that's what usually goes with like projects like
Yeah, we should have watched the video first. Is what we should have done. But
yeah, I wasn't sure, so like, I just
anyway, I think let's call it there. I mean, we're already coming up on No, it's after midnight, so yeah.
I would say again, I do like the presentation of the video at least.
And I'm glad that I can still get the nice hardcovers if I want them, but
Yeah,
I'm not sure if I'm going to splurge for them or not.
right.
Especially because a lot of my favorite ones aren't there, and that bothers me. Like the the only like strictly beneficial ones I can think of are the coffee machine and Mr. Deetz's bell there.
Right.
It bothers me that they did the Builder Bear, but they didn't do the Patchwork Bear.
Other than that, yeah, I don't really have anything else to say. I am intrigued, and granted, I just because of how I would not have the money to do so. I would, but if anyone does and wants to, I would recommend at least checking it out. I'm not saying like you should or should not.
I'm gonna look up 738 now, the Devil's Deal one. I haven't seen that one yet. I don't think.
Yeah, with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avidaze, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Fuck normality! Long live the Broken Masquerade!